Go.
Alright. Welcome back again for another night of the Star Wars D&D. For... What?
No, you're good.
Oh, you just said what?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Twitch confused me.
It's okay, our continuous openings
We'll
are
never get it.
notably
We'll never
all
fucking
messed
get
up.
it. We'll never get it.
No. It doesn't matter what happens, there's always gonna be something. Alright, so last session, the party had, for the most part, huddled up in a hotel room for the night. Due to some concerning events that had gone down, some people committed some criminal acts in the underbelly, which doesn't sound bad, but it was against the underbelly.
At least it wasn't tax evasion.
It wasn't tax evasion. While holed up, Billy had returned from his escapades and just simply waited till morning to interact before all of you were discussing what to do. Eventually it was decided Sorsha, Billy, and Nima would be the ones to go hunting for the information you guys wanted, specifically going to try and purchase it, as the person who held it was known as a info broker. After terrorizing a man in his workshop for literally no reason, who had nothing to do with any of it, you all made your way to a brothel and then tried to use the many obvious connections places like that have with others to arrange a meeting, which was successful, if mildly uncomfortable for Nima. He may have learned a few things that he has to now research. But you guys got your meeting. After a brief bit of talking and slight threatening for a price, you guys got the information needed. Sorsha found out that the slave was at least held on the space station Rorak 5. However, that was all that you were given on a location, which leaves a rather substantially sized space station, but still just a space station left to search. On the way out, however, they were informed that they were not the only ones searching. That there were other competition in the area going for it. However, they were waylaid due to not being the best, having the best manners, and you now have a reward if you manage to bring down the people who annoyed them. Starting on the way, you guys all went straight to your shuttle, starting on the way there, and proceeded to tinker, craft, train, number of things over the longer journey there. T-Lock finding Count's old audio logs. A number of projects completed later. And we made it to the very last day of travel, maybe half a day left until you got to Rorak 5. However, it was at that point that T-Lock went to Sorsha's room, knocked on the door, and we will pick up there as you guys have your conversation. Sorsha, T-Lock just knocked on the door, you opened it and found him.
I forgot.
Who could have seen this coming?
I also.
It's okay, James. Just go back, watch the last episodes, like last however many minutes. Remind yourself.
Hold on a second. Was it something to do with the Force visions you were attempting?
No.
Or with the audio log?
He wanted me to make an alliance. I thought.
Oh boy.
What?
I don't think anything was mentioned about Tarek.
No, he was trying to. I forget.
Oh, I know.
There we go.
Sorsha,
Yes.
I have a proposition to make you.
I don't do propositions very well.
This one will benefit you.
How?
Understanding your dreams better.
I mean.
And I mean completely understanding your dreams.
That would be nice. I'm not
You
good
just-
at catches. There's
Well,
always something.
There isn't really a catch so much as you just have to visit my matriarch.
That sounds like a catch.
I mean, she's a nice lady.
I don't know that. Why you want me to meet your mama?
Well, she's not my mom. What race is she again? I forgot.
Hold
Tabletan,
on.
right?
I have this info. I don't think she's screwed.
Proper Dathomirian would seem like the answer, but
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I'm
Dathomirian
thinking.
could be anything.
Because Dathomirian, the common population is humans or the Zabroks, the oddly different Zabroks that live there. I want to say she was one of the more unique Zabroks, but I have to flip through my notes to find it. We can just go off that for the moment, though.
Well, I mean, besides being a stern teacher, she's not a harsh woman. She looks out for her people.
That's not true at all. She is a very harsh person. She's harsh but fair.
Shut up, you. He's
Just due
lying.
to how life works there. I'm just letting
I
him know
know.
because we
Shut
haven't
up.
discussed his patron a lot.
It's fine, I know. I figured. We're on Dathomir.
I
Sorta
just
doesn't
wanted to
need
be
to know
sure.
that,
We
though.
haven't talked about her a lot, so.
Again, she's very stern, very, very, for lack of a better term, forceful in her teachings, but she is not altogether crude and just mean for no reason.
She sounds like Favome. I have a teacher.
I've not met Favome thus far, but you've had a teacher, from what I can understand of Favome, in combat and controlling your force abilities, not your mind reading bullshit.
We're working on that. We're working on that.
Well, would you rather work on it with someone who doesn't do it or someone who does do it all the time?
You know, I thought about it, and I don't know if I really want to know. I think that's a lot of pressure.
Well, you know they're not gonna stop.
You do say that, but I could just ignore that.
You could,
Yeah.
but you could be falling into the trap.
Don't. No. No.
Well, the offer stands. If you wish to learn more about how to understand your dreams, how to read your dreams, and how to predict your dreams, or things from your dreams, she is your best bet, in my opinion. And yes, I'm biased.
That would involve having to take the whole group to a planet that we do not know.
I know it very well.
Well, yeah, but I don't know you very well.
That's fair enough. I mean, most parts of it are deadly, but so long as you stay away from there, you're fine. And you can land pretty much right outside where we live and whatnot like that, so long as she knows you're coming. She won't sick the rancor on me, maybe.
I mean this in the best way. Don't take this wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You're a nice guy, I think, but I don't know you.
I was about to say, you don't know me. How do you know?
My point, I don't know you. How do I know that you're not leading us into a trap?
I need help, and I wouldn't be here if I wanted you dead. I'd just kill you.
I'm not talking about dead. There's things much worse than death.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about slavery or whatever, I don't know. No. I'm good.
I don't know. I don't know know you enough to trust your judgment, is what I'm just saying.
That's fair. And from what I understand, you've had a lot of rough times with recent companions, so it makes sense. This entire thing is new to me as of current. For most of the time I've been around, I've worked alone. So... all of this is weird, as he just looks, for no reason, because he doesn't have eyes, but he just looks around, moves his head around.
It's not the weirdest thing.
Again, the offer is there. I'll pose the same offer to Chani that she had, that there are things there that can be learned there. Maybe not from her, due to her not force-sensitive nature, but we'll see.
I guess in the end, that's for the party to decide if we want to go to your planet.
Well, I mean,
I'm not gonna make that decision.
I have to go home at some point anyway.
Yeah,
whether I go
but
alone
that's
or not.
you.
So at some point, we or I am going to have to leave and go there and do that and check in, so to speak.
Yeah, I know very little of my home planet, so I don't check in. So I can't say anything about that.
I think I was abandoned there. I don't remember. Anyway, again, just something to think about.
I
And he'll
guess I'll keep it in mind.
just kind of walk away.
Back to bed.
My nose.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright. Were there any other last minute conversations, tidbits, anything of the sorts?
I'm good.
Okay. It is a mostly uneventful remainder of the trip. There's a few moments where Chani has to jump back in the cockpit and maneuver some because like either tight area or just something getting close, but nothing bad, nothing truly difficult.
We just find the aboleth and we just go,
Hey.
I got something for Nima on the last day.
Okay.
I guess if he's still in the workshop or wherever he is.
Regardless,
would
it's not
Anima
difficult to find him.
Where would Anima
is-
be for this?
That
Nima
is.
would probably be in the workshop. No, would definitely be in the workshop.
You've made that your
So anywhere
fucking
else.
bedroom.
Yeah, actually, I'll say the workshop is actually your designated bedroom. So
Just like caught in the corner.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
there, then you should be worried.
I don't know. You could be eating unless you went and got food and brought it back there.
Just-
Like, guys, why is the ship registering something new, guys?
Bathroom break.
But anyways, you can easily find him, yeah.
Hey, Nima, I got a question for you.
What do I be up to right now? Sure, what's up? You need something?
Well, you're not really like the same as the others, and I don't mean that in any offensive way of a sort, but you're kind of different from the rest of the people here in terms of where you've been wrangled from and how you act. I was just curious, why'd you join the Sentinels?
Why'd I join the Sentinels?
Yeah. Was it just to get a hold of the resources and do the kind of tech work you like?
I would be lying if I didn't say that was a major motivator. But no, that's pretty much my only reason.
It was just the nearest opportunity to hop on board with that type of stuff?
Nearest and easiest. If you
Getting
create weapons outside an organization, then you run a much greater risk of being caught or being assassinated or for a number of different things.
Well, the
Inside an
Sentinels,
organization.
I guess the Sentinels are more relaxed than the Republic military for their
Precisely.
standards of stuff, and you can definitely get away with a lot more of your creative ideas.
As long as I don't break their major rules, I'm fine. I can do what I want. At least that's how I understand it. If I remember the rules.
I was just curious since, what they said, you hadn't been sent out to the field that first time you went out there with us. I guess they just kept you in the lab making weapons. Or you kept yourself
I
there.
joined as a researcher, specifically for the beauty research. And I probably annoyed them with some of my weapon ideas. A lot of my weapon ideas.
I don't know. Sato seemed pretty patient there. His lab always looked like it was in need of repair due to his own activities. So probably not any more than him.
That's debatable.
Except he probably just had rank to pull.
That's also a factor that I forgot to factor in. So, what brought this up?
I was just curious because, well, you're the only one that kind of came there for it just being, like your job. The others, they got their own situations, and they're just kind of wrangled into this due to, well, shit hitting the fan. But you were here willingly from the start. This was just your career, and now you're part of this. I was just curious of what brought you here.
You say that you're in a similar situation as I am?
Huh? Oh no, I was literally made for this, so.
That's why I said similar, not the same. Kind of just got wrangled into working with these guys. Not exactly not exactly by your own will, just because that's what we were required to do. Is that not similar?
Something like
regard?
that. Something like that. I was just curious since, well, you got Chani and Sorsha from their previous situations coming together here. You got T-Lock and Tenu, of both coming from questionable places. And then there's just you. Just normal background, pretty much. Going up into Sentinels, and now you're here.
I didn't think about this. I didn't notice this until just now. I kind of am just an outlier.
Well, if it don't bother you, don't bother you.
There's no point in thinking about it. It's done, it's done.
I was just curious of what your motives were, since other people seem to have them. Look at you, just doing your job.
I just enjoy my weapons. Creating my weapons. Using my weapons. That's it.
Oh, yeah, I enjoy
It's
using
not.
weapons too.
As long as I can do that, I'm happy. I'm fine. I don't care what else I'm doing.
You ever fired one of these rotary cannons?
No, they wouldn't let me touch any with the Sentinels.
We'll have to get you a bipod sometime so I can let you fire this thing.
Sounds interesting. Sounds fun.
I don't carry the bipod around. I've never needed it.
Yeah, you kind of don't. I'd assume you wouldn't need your bipod. Need the bipod. That takes a long time to set up, doesn't it?
Pretty long time in terms of combat setting, but outside of it, not really. I mean, if you just want to set one up for fun and shoot something out, like, we just go on to wherever we're going, there's just empty desert and you want to shoot at it, or back at the Sentinel base in the training room.
But thank you for the offer. I might take you up on that one day. Eventually.
Who knows? You start firing with this thing and working on it, you might make it even better.
Until then, I have this chain gun I just got. In my other pistols and weapons and knives. Things.
So many toys, so little time to use them all.
So a little time to modify.
Well, we clear up this here mess, and you might have just all the time you need. Who are kidding? Look at who you got here. They're probably going to send you to the outside worlds with them. Just clear up any remnants after this, even when things are done.
I don't doubt it. I mean, I could
Well, we'll
probably
get
get some
there.
off time, so that's some time to myself.
Put in for vacation days.
I did vacation days.
I think. Pretty sure some people
Asked
get
about it.
vacation days.
So it's funny. You've never actually.
The name
I'm
of an
gonna pull up
episode.
my
Tenu
data
Tenu
pad.
goes to-
Message Sato. Do I get vacation days?
Name of the episode.
Sorry.
Tenu goes on vacation.
Okay.
Nima goes to
Goes back
visit.
with Hawaiian
Nima,
shirts.
Yeah, sorry.
Nima goes to visit HR.
You'll get a fairly quick response. This is what are vacation days?
I could have swore I heard someone. That was like 80 years ago. It's a fair point if they abolished them.
Yeah, that'd be understandable.
And then you get a quick one that followed up that says, I just searched our contracts. You have vacation days, I guess?
Oh, I do have vacation days. But How many vacation days do I have? How do I find out?
HR.
I'm going to ask HR. You get vacation
They're not
days,
going to
Tori?
respond quite as quickly as Sato did.
Instead of human representation, wouldn't it be sentient representation in this?
No, because
SR?
the majority of
Yeah.
all the galaxy is still human, so it would still be human thing. And Coruscant is primarily
Besides-
owned by humans.
It might not be human resources, it might be humanoid resources.
Or that too.
The galaxy is still 90% human, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Robert, stop rubbing your microphone.
Sorry, I was trying to untangle it.
You need
That
to
was all
invest in a new mic.
That was all I had for Nima. Unless he wants to continue down the HR rabbit hole.
You down this rabbit
I'm ready
hole
for
to
an
go
HR
on for
set.
forever.
I'm ready for an HR session. Let's go.
Yeah, because that's totally what you had planned for today.
Absolutely.
We're going to talk to the huts about human resources, okay?
Yeah, they totally
That's a
know
very
about it.
different topic than going to HR.
I give you
For
7.
sales.
In
Specific-
actuality, aren't we going to the huts about HR right now?
Human
Technically,
resources,
yeah.
also known as slaves.
Alright. Unless anybody has anything else, we'll be shortly arriving at Rorak 5. Getting the, permission to land. You get waved
Sure.
down before you get there, Chani. I
Soon as
assume
we-
you're up at the cockpit for landing.
Soon as we drop out of hyperspace, I'm waiting at the door to leave.
Okay. I'm just standing at the door waiting.
Yep.
You basically just get a, over the call, just hey, stop. What is your business here? Assuming you answer it, of course, but you do get flagged almost immediately.
Eric.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, the station is known as a what? Like, what's its official designation?
You guys roll. It is Rorak 5. That's its designation.
Well, I know it's that, but like, what's it used for?
You guys did this last time. You guys got this. Well enough rolled. Rorak 5 is commonplace. Is a common meeting place of some of the Hut clan leaders, or pirates, or mercs, or high-end merchants.
Okay, so
And
Gathering
it's
hub.
situated up there. It's the high end, it's the upper end of the more seedy area. People meeting usually with all the business that pertains to.
okay, then she'll respond. Checking out wares and potential meetups.
What was the term? I just had a term. I forget. Proceed to docking bay. Yada yada yada. The fee will be 300 credits a day for docking fees.
Okay,
That's expensive.
it is.
It is. But when you consider it all, it's cheap for where you are.
Fucking huts.
Proceed in, get docked. They don't have security that, flags people down for weapons or all that. They have security that's just sitting there, basically. Lets you go through, but they're ready to probably stop shit if shit starts.
Upon exiting the ship, make sure that the packet on board knows lock everything down, blah blah blah.
Of course.
Yeah.
No one on but you guys. Alright, heading down, walking out. The first thing you notice is this place. You guys have mostly been to Coruscant for your business dealings, adventures, etc. out here and there. If this place doesn't look like most of Coruscant, this looks closer and it's kind of grungy and dingy a bit. A lot of people don't care. When you guys are going down really low during the floors. When you actively were hunting the kid who stole the holocron, for example. Not quite there, but pretty close.
Hey, this looks kind of like where I fell.
Yeah, kind of, but more populated. In business, there's a number of species walking around. You'll see a couple, not very many, maybe a small handful as you guys start out from here, because you're in a very large, open commerce area to start with. Already seeing there's a hut working at what he just went into a shop. You don't know what's happening there. There's humans, mostly humans, as normal. There's a lot of Gomorians that look like they're posing as bodyguards. The same with Transitions. Anybody that looks like they might have any kind of a nicety ranking to them is very much walking around with at least a bodyguard. And then there's just in the corners and alleys, you'll start to see where some of the poor folk that are still on the station because they can't get off the station start to huddle in alleys or things like that. You guys are now on Rorak 5.
Woo!
Let's get them slaves.
Billy knows what's up.
So I'm guessing that the initial whatever is going to be just getting a lay of the land. There's a map, probably. Put it onto a data pad so it's there. All that fun stuff.
Are you buying a map, or are you just doing your direct shortcut to a map?
What do you mean by direct shortcut?
You hack everything, man.
Well, yeah, I know, but
The
like,
thing you normally do.
but like, they know that here, and I feel like they might get mad. So like,
Like anywhere else would get mad if they caught you.
well, yeah, but these guys are better at finding it because they do
Just
it more
roll
often.
above- Just roll above a 30 stealth and 30 hacking thing like normal.
If they're selling maps, one, jerk move, but two, I'll acquire one.
Make an investigation check.
Okay.
Oh no.
Can I find the thing that finds the maps? 26.
They don't really make maps for the station. Most people here are expected to know where to go.
This is hell. Okay.
It also doesn't help that... you know what, I know this, but yeah, actually, never mind.
Rubber, gotcha.
But you're looking around, you spend some time walking around. You
We
get
have
the
to like-
equivalency of, if you're here, you know what you're here for, and you should know where to go. Otherwise, it's just wanderlust and window shopping.
Lay of the land, and if anything looks particularly interesting from the window shops, I imagine someone will stop and look at it.
Did we get a specific name for the hut we're looking for on this?
You didn't get the name of a hut, you were looking for the slave you asked about, and all of the information was given is, this is the station.
Okay.
It wasn't even said that a hut had him necessarily.
Fair.
Okay. Just as a general thing to the party, keep your eyes open, you know what we're looking for, and you also know that there are some individuals that are going to be heading here before us. If they happen to know where it is, and you guys can find them, because you probably know what you should be looking for with them, she's going to say, specifically kind of gearing it toward T-Lock there, then that'll be an extra lead. Other than that, just slave population, I guess. You're our radar for this one.
Thumbs up.
Alright. And slave population is right. It doesn't take long at all before you start to notice that there are slaves owned, being sold, being bought, being presented. You can definitely tell you're in one of the rampant areas that, as much as this might frustrate, for example, Billy or Sorsha or Chani here, not illegal here. But oh, sorry, I had to mute myself for that.
Cough
Well,
slash
Medina?
Sneeze. No, I had to
Sneeze.
sneeze. I didn't want to sneeze in the microphone.
Okay.
I thought connection.
No, that was me turning that and sneezing because damn, it snuck up on me.
I figured you would have muted yourself and it would have come through Max's anyways.
Did it?
No.
Mm-mm.
No, I'm muted.
Oh, she muted herself for it too.
No, I just muted in general.
That's fair. Alright, is there any particular plan for this wandering around? Anything you guys would like to do? Keep an eye out for? How would you like to do this?
Well, you know what I'm keeping an eye out for.
Indeed. I'll let you make a perception check for that stuff.
this button. That's not good at all.
Tell the one person who can find the Force people, and they go looking for a lightsaber store. I mean, fair, I guess, but...
No, that's not what I'm looking for. Though if I find it, cool. 20 total.
Okay. You guys hear about bid day? You're just wandering?
As far as I know, because that's what Johnny said to do. Wander around, see if I can find the one Force-sensitive dude, and on my own goal thing, looking for smaller Force-sensitive dudes.
So besides the man searching for the Force sensitivity, does anybody else have anything they're keeping an eye out for?
I swear to God, Robert, if you say torpedo launcher, I'm gonna hit you.
Say weapon shops.
I was only thinking about it.
Yeah, but you can say weapon shop and be, able to maybe grab something weird.
You never know.
I have a light ray. When did I get a light ray here? I don't know.
I think Matt's not giving us a torpedo launcher because they're broken as fuck. And meant
I
for
wouldn't either!
And
I'm
meant for
sorry, I don't want to give
anti-dip
you a
bite.
weapon that's an attack roll that does 20d20.
It's anti-vehicle weaponry being attempted to be used by ground units.
I mean, it would be the ultimate fuck you to fucking,
Everyone I want to use it against, yes.
Titanium Bones. So I can't
Maybe.
remember his fucking name.
Aegis?
Aegis. Yeah.
Titanium bones.
Yeah!
Like skin would have been. Anyway, let's move on. We're looking for slaves here. And
Alright, I
weaponry
guess just to represent the luck of walking around and wandering, whoever is walking ahead and leading, roll a flat d20.
I think
Just to
that
see
would
your
be
luck for the day.
me, more than likely. So 15.
Okay.
If anyone wants, they can sit on my shoulders to get a better view. Look above the crowds.
That
I
is
have to ask,
entire-
did Billy change back to his normal outfit?
Yes.
Okay.
But the
Back to
spiky
costume
shoes.
one.
That is entirely
Worked out
demoralizing, and
everything.
I'm good.
Down.
What'd you say, Darius?
You're very
Thank you.
quiet.
I think he's going a bit nuts over there.
Thaddeus,
Yep.
what was that?
It was nothing important.
Alright.
Potentially
Okay.
something that can get you copyrighted. So I said it quietly.
Is
But still
Mortimer
said
out
it.
helping us look for stuff?
He's keeping an eye on, but he's not like
No.
scouting hardcore.
Okay. What's Mortimer's passive on stuff?
Very low.
That's not a good answer, though.
I know it's not.
The robot with a camera is bad at looking at things.
He kind of is.
He's really dumb.
It's a little bit better than mine. 14.
Here you say, so you say it's a little dumb and not great, but it's still better.
Well, I'm
Picture
really
Mortimer's
bad.
Captured. I picture Mortimer's like captured footage as like CCTV somehow, even as advanced as technology is.
No, it's great, clear technology. It's just that Mortimer doesn't pick up on the details very well. He's a
Mortimer
computer. He
gets
doesn't have the
distracted by
imagination.
butterflies every once in a while.
He lost a rampaging crate dragon in the middle of a city.
He got
Yeah.
distracted by a butterfly.
He also,
To be fair, butterfly on Coruscant's pretty damn rare. But
Exactly.
as you guys proceed to wander and walk for a good while, how long do you want to wander and walk before you call it for something? I'll let you guys decide this.
I'm not calling it for anything. They can wander off.
Any amount of lay of the land will help us.
Okay. 1 hour passes. You get the occasional ping of, like, sometimes there's a person that might register in the force a little bit, but it never really shows much out, and it's in this crowd, it is horribly difficult to find stuff.
I'm just marking any that might be force sensitive.
Hey,
It's
hey
either force
guys,
sensitive or they're just notable.
we've been walking around a while, and I just kind of thought of something.
Mm-hmm.
You know how the Sentinels held the Force, you know, the prisoners that had the Force?
No.
Okay, so you know the chick that caved in my chest hole?
No.
Okay, you're just being a dick.
No, I don't know her.
I'm pretty sure you could feel her. With how close you were?
Yes.
Feeling people is weird. That doesn't mean I know them. That just means I know there's something there.
Okay, but she was one of the prisoners. That's what I'm getting at. You knew a strong person was in prison.
Yes.
Okay,
I also felt her while she was still in prison.
yes.
Prison.
Now, if this person's a lot weaker, they might be harder to feel, correct?
Depends. Probably. Maybe.
So what if they're in the same type of situation where their abilities are reduced? And making them very hard to find or significantly weaker. That's how that works, right? If they're weaker, they're harder to pick up.
I've not dealt with much force suppression like that, but from what I understand, I don't know if they take your... I don't know if it changes your direct aptitude with the force.
Wouldn't you be able to recognize a suppression field anyway? It'd be like a blank spot where otherwise there'd be something.
I did on Aegis, yes.
Roll a lore check for me real quick. You'll probably know this one. This is more of a courtesy thing roll, but roll one for me real quick, T-Lock.
23.
Alright. Force suppression in an area is generally noticeable, but something usually, if they're suppressing something, it's usually accompanied by something trying to mask that. So depending on how skilled they are at the cover-up and the like, they might be blatantly obvious to someone like your skill, or they might be 10 feet from you and you don't realize it because they just feel normal.
Yeah.
So it just kind of depends on the skill of the masking.
Now, if we're talking about masking, as in more than likely the individual doing it, it's a whole other different story. If they're trying to mask their presence, they can hide it really well, for lack of a better term.
So that applies to the people that might be getting here before us, but the one we're looking for should be suppressed, right? That makes sense.
If they knew about the individual having force powers, which, if I'm gonna get captured, they're gonna know that I have force powers before I get captured, then more than likely they are going to do everything in their power to suppress those abilities. And if it acts in a similar way to how Aegis was, then it will be a blank spot, and I am on the lookout for it.
It just wasn't a blank spot.
Well, he was an empty vortex, is how you put it.
No. He was noted. He was there. He was broken, and he just every time you looked, it seemed deeper.
He was broken.
He wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't a void spot. Just a reminder. I don't think I've had anybody described as a void spot.
I remember it differently.
Okay, well,
He had a weird presence for sure, though.
if that's the case...
I remember you describing Aegis as it just kept going into him.
Yeah, like every time you looked at a crack, it was a crack open.
That's why I thought black hole.
No, he's an ogre. There's layers.
He's just really stinky.
I mean, he is.
Hard day at work, maybe.
No, it's just stinky. He's got real bad BO.
It's the Sith alchemy. It does that to you.
It's decided now.
It's like puberty jacked up to 11.
Next time I see him, I'm calling him Stinky.
Pretty sure Sorsha already has.
Yeah,
In a more creative way.
yeah.
Well, it'll just confound the situation. She'll go that he's Stinky, and I'll do it too, and then he'll go,
I
Am I
am
stinky?
stinky.
Well, fuck, man.
Can't
Anyways.
be nice to that man.
Bailey probably said that about 2.5 hours, 3 hours into the walking. Just because you guys would be walking around for a while not finding anything. Do you want to change your tactics or keep walking?
Well, have we seen any more high tier, like proper slave whatever's not just we found these guys on a space fishing trawler a few minutes back and now they're in chains. Enjoy.
Now they're ours.
I'd say that you're in still in the more. Even though this is a high end meeting area, there's still going to be tiers to, of course, tiers to how high up you are on this. Just because you're here doesn't mean you're at the top. I'd say about 2.5 hours. You've walked a large portion of the more commercial entry level area. If you wish to add, you've probably seen the entrances or something of the sorts to go up, or the ways that lead to the higher end areas if you wish to.
Would, T-Lock to Chani. Chani, would this not be an area very much similar to what you had to deal with the, information broker?
I didn't deal with that.
Well, in general. Do you not think that if we want information, we're going to have to buy it?
Oh, absolutely, and they'll scalp you for everything it's worth, but given how much Sorsha shared that she had to pay for this entire station,
Yeah. I don't have any more money.
that's my point. We don't have the funds to do that.
We're out of
So,
funds. In terms of money, we have no money.
You have no money.
I have no money.
So, what's your plan on actually getting this slaves in?
well, option
Currently,
one.
we're
go
walking
on.
around what seems to me like the dregs. If this individual is of note, I do not think they're going to be in the dregs. I think they're going to be somewhere as a prized possession. Just knowing the type that would hold slaves. They are more than likely going to hold this particular one as a prized possession.
Well, knowing the type that'll hold slaves, they'll probably put them near their auction block to show off the caliber of things that they can provide you. And given that we haven't seen that yet, oddly, then go on.
I'm just trying to think of something. Sorsha and Shawnee, this is probably just obvious knowledge if you guys don't know. They like to show off products, but if it proves to be a more dangerous one, they can't afford to put them on display because escape and flight risks.
See, you didn't.
It's they want to showcase, they want to advertise, but they can't afford to because they might lose the product. It's happened
Sorsha.
before. You've seen
And they
it
can
done.
and they can advertise without having the individual there.
Johnny, that was
Story.
answering the situation, not my question.
Well, I was laying it all out. So the logical thing to do, assuming they are at all skilled in the ways of business, would be to check out some of the other ones because potential window shoppers are potential customers across the board. But if we come upon an area where they do not want individuals going to, then we're gonna have a problem. More likely we'd find an area that has a checkpoint that we need to pay to get through, which probably won't be fun, but may give us access to where we need to go.
You're still not answering the question. You're giving a route up to there.
I
But how are we
believe that
getting-
is the answer to your question, droid. We don't know.
If we can't pay for it, how are we getting it?
We don't know.
I was gonna let the other guys make the move first. and then work off of them.
Sometimes that's the best thing to do.
But if we know where they're gonna strike, that's what we need.
That's the hard part we don't know.
Because I don't know about you, but I'd rather deal with a small contingent of them than, you know, all of it.
I thought the other guys weren't exactly directed to this planet.
Yeah, they should be behind us, but we need to know where they're gonna hit.
The problem with that theory is if this is someone important, it's going to be that guy who sent the crate dragons out, more than likely Aegis, and this one who collapsed Billy's chest, and together dealing with it.
If they were gonna
also-
send their main squad, then they would have done so significantly quicker than they did.
We also have the issue of they are on record using mind fucketry. So
That too.
they may not have to go by the same rules we do of having to try and buy and acquire. They could just do a little hand wave and say, you're going to give us this slave.
Well, if the people holding the slave know that they have some force thing, then unless they're complete idiots, they'd be protected against some force thing.
It's not as easy as that.
Just a fun note, Shawnee's a smart girl. If they were gonna send those three, this station would look dramatically different, right?
Exactly what I
But that's if they know that this station was the one to go to.
So let's head into their more probably some of their more we have to pay through to get to areas. Keep scouting. More information we have, the better. And if it absolutely positively comes down to it, I'll see what what information I can manage to acquire on my own.
All I'm hearing is we're just doing a grab and dash.
No.
Well, you're
Afterward,
not
yes.
answering anything else for actually acquiring the slave.
We need to know what the situation is first. We can't make a plan before we know what the situation is.
That's not true. You can make a lot of plans and let the ones that fail, fail. And then the ones that work, work.
Billy, were you the tactician of your droid group?
No.
Good.
We had a tactician that made a lot of plans. Then again,
Droids do that.
Say that was. I would say that was a droid meant to do that. So
Gary to say, holidays. Plans? I say with air quotes because they weren't always plans. They were goals a lot of times.
If you haven't noticed, the how do I put this? Sentient? No, you're sentient to his degree.
Are
flesh
you
and
asking for
bones,
sentience or sapiens?
meat bags, flesh and bones.
Or
People
biological?
not ma-
Sure, that's fine. We meatbags generally do things a hell of a lot different than you droids.
I understand that. I want to get the plan straight. So when the orders come about, I can just go ahead and act.
Objective 1. Locate and assess. After that is done, we move on to Objective 2, which is either allow the other idiots to come in, get things away from proper control, and then take it from them. Objective 3, and that's if the idiots fail. We find a way to do it ourselves and still put the blame on them. Do you want exact point at this individual and shoot? Because I can't give those until I know the situation. Now let's get moving.
Okay.
Heading up to a higher end area?
Yep.
Good point.
There's probably a couple of intervals of seeing because between sources, passive knowledge, and the massive in the group at large, see enough. You're not hiding it. There's no reason to hide it here. That said, the closest one, which you guys probably go to, approaching is a lift. Very heavy duty lift, probably because some large people have to fit on it. But a lift nonetheless. And at the entrance, locked down, is a kind of mid-height little overweight human, kind of dressed rather nicely, given the circumstances here. Dressed rather nicely for all of it. Kind of thinning hair, or just kind of bushy mustache. Sitting there, he has a data slat, and with him is a large, bulky Transition modeled like yellowish green scales, and a human who bald on the head, beard scarred all over, beefy. And the two large people are very well
Kitted.
kitted. That's a good term for it, yeah. They seem to be at the stationed purposely at this lift.
Huh. Well, you're big.
This is what you guys see as you approach still, so. What would you guys like to do?
They seem important, Johnny.
Just toss things at me immediately.
Yeah.
You're the makeshift leader here, so yeah.
They don't say anything as the group goes toward the lift.
Not immediately.
Okay, then.
As you get closer, they just all look up and noticeably are just watching to see what you're doing. The overweight guy seems a much more personable, if that helps.
Give him a slight wave.
Gives a slight wave back. Smiles.
So she's gonna do like a little chin wave.
Chuckles. Gives a head nod and a bit of wave to you.
Restricted access lift going from your friends there?
Indeed. It is restricted.
Is it a toll situation or a meeting situation? Scheduling? What the hell's the word? I lost it.
I have a list. Are you on the list?
Probably not. But how do we get on the list?
You know you have it on the list if you have business ahead of time or connections. You know how this place works.
Can we make connections?
By all means. I'm not stopping you from making connections. I sit here and hold the list.
This is a very... Just to put it plainly. This is a very... Obviously, for lack of a better term, criminal area.
Absolutely.
Got ya.
You don't know much details, but Hut Space in general is a criminal bed.
It's where you go if you want crime to be legal. Got ya.
Basically, if you can pay the fee in the area, you can do the deed.
Right, I'm beginning to understand how all of this works. How much to get on the list?
Gonna look all of you up and down.
Sorcerer
Why don't
waves
you make
again.
an offer and we'll go from there?
Well, if I make an offer, I'm going to lowball you.
Shut up.
It's always the start to negotiations.
Fair enough. 10,000.
$20.
13.
Make a persuasion check.
Sorcerer's gonna help him.
How you helping him?
She's been winking this entire time.
Yeah, Sorcerer's gonna go up and just like start playing with his hair.
I didn't know this. This is my fault. He is at a desk between you guys and him with the big dudes. He isn't just standing in front of an elevator. That was my
Oh.
fault. I am sorry.
You confused me.
Would you like the number I rolled?
Yeah.
26.
17.
13.5.
He's gonna look at you with eyes like 16.
13.7.
Roll another persuasion check this time because of the noticeable dip in increments.
Natural fucking 20 for a 29.
14.
Holds out a hand to shake it.
Reach out, shake it. Transfer it over.
Yep.
Well, as always, pleasure doing business. You starting the connections you want to turn. Hit the button. Cliff opens. Feel free.
A pleasure. And I gesture for them to enter
Always.
first. For my group to enter first.
Sorsha's gonna wink at him and blow him a kiss.
Maybe later. Okay,
Here's
enter
all my-
lift. Guys, head up. Elevator slides open. Another set of guards here. Looks like it's like, a secondary station of, hey, they made it through one, maybe they won't make it through the next. That's about the same. Two burly individuals. Another one that looks like they're holding something of important, like a list again, at another desk. But when you get there, you're just waved on through. This area, I'll note, is a lot cleaner than the one below. It's a lot more maintained. Things look a bit nicer. And looking at the crowd, you can tell you definitely stepped up in the wealth ranking.
Does Sorsha need to put on her fancy dress?
We just walk on the other side of a pole and you're just instantly changed costumes.
Yes.
I say to the other person holding the list at the top of the lift here, might I inquire, as a lot of this is new and confusing to me, good sir, who is it that directly controls this area again?
Leader, if I can speak. This time it's just a kind of like bit blankier human. Just looks up at you. He's kind of bland. That would be clan leader, the clan leader Gyro.
Thank you very much. And where would one...
But before you proceed, actually, may I add your name to this list? So we have you for future dealings.
My name is Tila.
Shall be noted.
What did you say again for the clan leader? I forgot already.
Gyro. G-I-R-O.
G-I-R-O. Thank you. And... how do I frame this? If one were... looking for compatriots, and he'll have a little grin on his face, where would one find that? Here.
Well, that depends on the working class you're looking for, I suppose. Their profession. We have entertainers, escorts, hard labor.
I'm a smart dude. Johnny's a smart dude. How would it be classified this individual we're looking for like, what would his classification under those guidelines be?
I'll
Specialty
let it go
laborer.
with Chani because she knows slave. I was going to say it'd probably be listed as an exotic rather than a certain specialty in general because, well, it can vary from force user to force user what they're capable of.
Something a bit more exotic.
A bit richer in the blood than you appear, then, you see.
Appearances can often be deceiving.
You look, head down this street for a ways, you'll find a raised bit of a ramp to head up into a slightly wealthier area. Look in the road to the market there, you'll find a bit more special companionship.
Thank you very much. And he'll
Of course.
put 100 credits on the table. It's not much, but it's something.
He'll take it. Pleasure.
Look over at Chani and say, "Shall we?"
Nod.
And he walks.
Alright. Heading down. You guys head down the way he pointed. You can see it heading down between all the buildings. Again, number of shops. These ones are selling nicer things from gadgets, tech, weapons, and a couple of window shopping of, as you guessed it, slaves. This one isn't as heavy on there. There's only a couple on the way that you see, maybe two, versus the myriad of other shops.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, think of what you're wanting to. If you could think of this store, you probably have ran into a store somewhere on this drag as you walk down towards the end of it.
Not a store I'm looking for.
There's not a store for what you want. We have 120 feet is what I said it as?
Yes. Well, that's what it is in general.
Okay.
Unless you made it better, it's 110.
Okay. I'll say on the way you find a blip, a signature. And kind of coordination to what you carry with you for your personal weaponry. Not the same, but similar.
So a blip for weaponry, not people.
It feels much like a crystal, yes.
Mark it down for later. Keen mind.
Okay.
And ignore it and don't say anything to the party about it.
Works well enough. Heading down, you guys find what he's talking about, a way to go out.
Swear to God, I'm not dishing out 14,000 credit for this one.
This doesn't have anything, it's just a ramp way up, like to go up to a different floor without stairs or lifts.
Okay.
It's just a gradual, like, churn, like forward and churn.
Okay.
Heading on up, getting around, you get to what you can guess is the marketplace that he's referring to. And as you guys get up here, you start to see a lot more of the rarer species in the galaxy up here, along with a lot of better examples of humans.
Mm-hmm.
At least in slave conditions of better. A little rough still for most people. Like, there's a number of things. Some of the like finer, like better kept, like Twi'leks, Tegrutans, Feline. A couple of rare ones, like there's this weird raptor-looking race that you would call just a beast, but if you guys are all well enough, like Sorcerer, for example, would notice it's very much thinking and a lot smarter and more intelligent than its appearance would first give.
I mean, force vision.
Yeah.
Pretty sure with force vision I can differentiate between dumb as fuck, so not sentient, and sentient.
When you get close to them, but the problem is, even if it's just an animal, some animals do have signatures in the force, so it's hard.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anyway.
But it's bustling, prices are being yelled out. You can see where there's like, the center of this square in the buildings, you can see there's an auction going on.
What are the average prices?
Average price of a slave here. Again, keep in mind, this will vary greatly
Yes. Depending on
depending
what's
on
being bought.
the number, like a number of various factors here.
Yes. It highly depends on what's being bought. I understand.
Yeah, and it's harder to say right now. The ones up on the main stage are being shout really high. Like some of these are getting up into the like. I think you guys have sit there and watched for a few minutes. A particularly exotic, huge like whale-like entity just sold for close to 3 million credits. But also, this is an auction where people are betting versus betting,
Yes.
so that'll drive the price up.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm trying to look them up. But take a minute, go to the side ones. Not the side ones, but the stores on the side. Look through, you can get some of them. An average decent ranking slave would probably be close to 800,000.
Okay.
But that's like a human or a Twi'lek or Togrutan. If you get to something rare like the Faline, that goes up.
Yeah.
If you get to something more common, like where you get the like more normal, like not as suited for the job human, which is often the case here, it'll go down a lot.
Okay. Okay. Well, this is one of the more likely places we'll find what we're looking for. But those numbers that I'm hearing are quite a bit out of our price range, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I never thought it'd be anywhere near ours.
I'm not getting any blips with what we're wanting as of current.
Keep a lookout. There are too many flesh merchants for us to really just pick one and target them. I mean, as we
And-
saw back on the other planet, as soon as something goes wrong, the entire area does kind of become a bit more hostile.
Yeah. Main thing I want to point out, if what people hold, what has been said holds true, more than likely the individual isn't going to be for sale, 1, and 2, not going to be on display. With the, shall we say, exotics, for lack of a better term, that are here, I'm not even sensing much more than the normal amount of force I would normally sense. I will say also, it's more of a stage whisper, trying to keep below the yell. Only like
I
really
figured,
close by
but-
people.
Yeah, I figured we could keep it at the stage whisper, that way it's not, us whispering over Discord, which would be issues.
Doesn't work too well.
No.
I mean, I have a very loud whisper because I'm a very loud person, but it's fine. Shut up, Thaddeus. No one heard what you said. Say it loud enough to hear.
I said yes.
There you go.
Right. Billy, criminals. Criminals everywhere.
I am holding my tongue as to Billy's just sitting there, and if he could have an expression on his face, it would probably be seething and ready to go.
If he could feel.
Ema, this is a new one for you. But also, criminals. Criminals everywhere.
Do I have any reason to care about criminals?
You're a sentinel.
Well, yeah, but he's not a good one.
You're part of the police.
I'm part of the police on another planet that does nothing to do with this place.
Well, not necessarily another planet. The issue is it's completely subsectory, like a different country in galaxy terms.
Which makes it even more.
The laws are different here. And
They
we
are.
have
It's just the
jurisdiction.
habitual this is the habitual. This is what you've been doing for a long time. Been
I mean, if you listen to the Jedi, we're supposed to police everywhere.
We don't listen to them.
I
I don't know how small my hand blaster is, but I'm prepared to grab it.
Okay.
Luckily, I don't have to worry about that kind of grabbing of weaponry.
Situation remains the same. We need to find either a confirmed merchant or location before we can really make a move. There's too much here to delve into any one thing and just pray that we'll get it right.
Do you want my personal opinion?
Go on.
If this place is owned by clan leader Gyro or whatever the hell, then more than likely it was either a tax or a gift to achieve favor with Gyro. And that's the only place we're going to find it.
That does sound reasonable, but that's literally the most high-risk area in this entire place.
Yeah. That is my worry, that more than likely, if they found out who this person is, they are of high value.
That's it,
Johnny, Sorsha, roll a lore check if you want. Try to give you guys info that you could have if you guys pass the thing, rather than just sit here and run in the circles, because it's a lot of things you could ask.
Lore check history, so that's a 9.
For a 21.
Oh no, I think it's a 9 total.
That's a 9.
Oh no.
Okay, 17's enough. Sorsha, you would know this due to everything.
Max
Hut
is off
leaders,
mic.
huts in particular, are...
Oh, I realized I'm muted. I got 17.
Huh?
You could hear me, they couldn't hear me.
Yeah, this is for Sorsha. Yeah, you got it. That's enough. You know about these.
No, she wasn't on her microphone.
Oh, I heard her. Yeah, she got a 17.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Huts are very notoriously and extremely paranoid, especially when they get to higher rankings.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, security would be amped beyond a lot of things. But that also makes you wonder, would they keep a danger risk like that?
She will relay the information.
Because it was offered up as being sold.
Oh. Yeah, she relays the information.
Okay, so probably not kept on their personal grounds.
No, probably not.
That I do probably have a hand in the profits from it. Of course, I think that the same could be said for literally everyone here.
Yeah.
Yes. That man who I just gave money to, more than likely is going to have to give a large portion of that to a hut. From everything I know of this place, and that's not a lot. I'm posing it out there that if this Gyro has it, it's gonna be very hard for us to even think about achieving it. Let alone if it's here in this market, will it be even possible for us to achieve it without, shall we say, nefarious means?
I thought we knew it was going to be hard.
Yes. But hard stands to reason with a possibility of success. This has none.
Keep on the lookout
This
for a
route.
suppression field. Sorsha, you don't happen to have anything to be able to check yourself, do you?
If you have sense force, yes.
Do I?
Do you?
I don't
Ooh,
look.
Matt,
Oh shit.
Do
Yeah.
I?
would Billy know about any of the, like, Mandalorian force restraining stuff?
No, Max has sense of motion.
People up here are very
Roll
upset.
a lore check. While
Billy.
I quickly and rapidly Google what the fuck that is.
It's literally basically just shackles that suppress force abilities.
That's what I was hoping.
It's
But
pretty
roll, yeah,
much
roll a lore check.
it's pretty much they put you in a metal box and shackle you everywhere.
Yep.
and put force fields around you, and it's all
Yep.
like lightsaber resistant material of the
Yep.
Mandalorian steel.
Beskar.
I don't have sense force. I have sense and motion.
What about force vision?
That's what I do have.
Force vision's not what you're thinking of. You're thinking of force sight. Force vision
Yeah,
is
force
the other
sight.
one.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, I have force vision.
Force vision
Dirty
is not
20.
it.
No,
Oh,
Dirty
it
20?
might help.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, I'd say you'd be aware of them.
it
then.
usually helps.
So, I don't really know how you'll pick it up here with your special sight there, but are any of you else familiar with some of the Mandalorian technologies for restraining Jedi's?
No, that one's dead.
Yeah.
Not
So,
personally, but I'm going to assume it's a similar concept as to what we saw in the cells back on the other planet.
similar, but a bit more
Look at George rolling around in his
less
grave.
friendly, a lot less friendly.
There's also a type for force that's basically just a cylinder of force fields that's usually pretty decent at keeping them contained.
Yeah.
Also, the big red cage that things are in, that they get locked in since the Republic days, works
Yeah.
really fucking good.
So, can I pull up just like a HoloNet picture, pretty much? If there's something like that. Just
Maybe
looking
if
at
you
my-
were on Sentinel base, but since you're not there, you can't really get it from here. I mean, it's not something that's spread around,
Okay.
because
Okay,
the more known it is, the easier it is to break out of stuff.
Okay. Well, if we were back at base, I could probably pull up some old data and show you. But basically, a lot of the Mandalorian steel, it's lightsaber resistance, a lot of force fields, chains, restrictions. It's a lot more like a heavy duty type situation for holding a person. It might not necessarily suppress their force, but they won't really be able to use it. So maybe if we go to more like a heavily guarded or detention type area, or somewhere they got a big enough area to contain something like that.
I'll also state the cages you get put, the force field cages, just the standard ones, they work really well for stopping force abilities. I've probably been locked up a time or two.
Yeah, that's part of what Billy had too. That's what I was saying. So it would be able to be shared.
So I don't know how you perceive those with your vision, but everyone else with normal eyes, keep a lookout for that kind of stuff as well.
T-Lock, keep a lookout again. I know, just as much as things. Try to find like large concentrations of people, general holding areas as well.
I have about 100 feet on this, not much more than that.
No way to increase your radius?
Nope.
Well, that could still work out if you sense like 10 people within a foot of each other.
I think
Looks
there's a lot
around.
of that.
Looks around.
Not in the general like auction area.
I guess I can keep a lookout for it, though. Seeing this place, there's gonna be a lot of it. I'm imagining.
More than likely, but if we know where the general populations are for these slaves, then we might be able to come up with a distraction should other things not work.
This is annoying. Why is nothing ever easy?
Shrugs.
Oh well. I wonder if... Again, Stage Whisper. I wonder if you could bribe one of the guards to see if they've locked anyone up that we're looking... that may be similar to who we're looking for. Because we have a general idea of what they look like, correct?
Eric doesn't remember.
The individual?
I don't think
Yeah.
we know what they look like.
Nothing was ever said.
Yeah, Swisher didn't get that information. I'm sorry.
So we have no idea what they look like, no idea who they
No.
are, no
No.
idea if they're human or not.
No.
So that guy who just got sold off could be our guy. Well, bye.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't register on the force to you.
Welcome to what's been kicking around in my head. Now, unless you want to cause a large-scale firefight, we've really got nothing else to do.
Let's do that. That's what you want.
Sorsha,
Yeah.
It's not.
you got 23 passive? Or 22?
Yeah.
Just looking around, watching.
It's
You're
only
probably a
3
little
points.
nervous and on edge, right? Because this area is not comfortable for you, I would imagine.
No. Bringing back some bad memories, not gonna lie.
You watch. Out of the way, looking around. It probably is almost entirely out of vision. You're just kind of lucky and in the right spot to notice this. In one of the far off alleyways, you see somebody shuffled out in manacles with a couple people with them before they start to, like, one guy just swarms around them and starts to just basically remove the restraint slowly but surely and push, like, nicer clothings in this person's hand before they start to change. And if you just watch, they'll eventually do that and then, like, walk out, and you'll watch them pop out maybe 4 or 5 buildings down and just start walking towards an exit.
Sorsha's gonna nudge Chani. Nudge. Connie.
Hey,
She's gonna point in that direction.
people hurriedly going toward a thing. T-Lock, take point. Let's see what that is.
Got it.
They're heading back towards an exit elevator. Like they're going back down towards that ramp. It looks like they're hurrying out for a reason.
If you want me to pick you up, we can go faster.
If I want to go faster, I can get there right now. But that'll be obvious. I'm thinking Chani wants us to keep our distance and get closer to see if they ping, shall we say.
Ping.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get closer, and I'm gonna make it quick.
Okay. Are you trying to be stealthy in any way? Like, even though you can move quick in a crowd, but you can do it kind of quietly if you just don't run into people? Or are you just barreling down?
I'm gonna be doing it quietly. I don't know how they're gonna do it.
I'll let you make. Let's call this
But-
an acrobatics for, like, just keeping control so you don't barrel into somebody. That's about all I'm asking here.
It's the same number whether it's stealth or not. 19 on the die plus 8.
I was just gonna ask if he had the right, like, pace and time to be able to make it there stealthily before they reach elevator.
I mean, if you're going to the elevator you went to, you would have outpaced
Well, the one
them, but,
they're
you know,
going
there's
to.
also others. You don't know. They're heading back towards the ramp. You can't see the elevator they're heading towards yet.
You're right.
You just, it's like, you assume they're heading towards an exit from how they're moving, is what I was saying for
Okay.
Sorsha. She's pretty good at reading people.
I forgot about the ramp.
Well, Chani, got an order?
Not yet.
But you guys watch as T-Log just starts to take off and then just... Lack of better term, glide through the crowd and just... It looks like he's gonna hit somebody and then he's just around and on the other side. He's very much light on his feet during this moment. You're catching up quickly.
Don't let him out of your sight.
They notice you, and they start to pick up the pace.
Alright.
Chani.
Don't let him out of your sight. Just in case. Don't be
I can
openly
get him-
hostile yet, but don't let him out of your sight.
I can get in front of them right now.
You're out of earshot. You're... You do you.
Didn't buy him a communicator at any
I
point?
have a communicator.
Oh, there you go.
Billy will proceed to move forward since keep inside.
I mean, I'm going to say, I can get in front of them right now over the communicator to Chani.
Respond back. Figure it out, but if they're not who we want, don't cause us too much of a scene.
Billy's advancing just to keep him inside.
I'm not gonna do that then. I was gonna use my new spell.
Slip
Cause a
down the
scene,
stairs.
do it.
Billy is very fast.
Are you saying that over the
I know.
comms, Sorsha?
No.
Billy, are you caring about people in your way?
Mildly enough to not hurt them.
But very much just barreling through the crowd.
Yes.
Okay.
And let's just assume everyone else is following because now there's a hole.
Yep, and he watches one of them keeps looking back at you, T-Lock, and then you watch as they just look back past you, and eyes just go.
How far away are they?
From you, probably about 40 feet right now.
Okay, give me just a second. I need to look something up.
As they start moving forward and they look back, and you guess it's Billy that they notice, where the eyes just go, oh no.
Give me just 1 second. So I don't remember the range. Cool. I'm gonna say in his head. We're not trying to hurt you. We just want to see who you are. Force Whisper.
Ooh, okay, let me make sure to clarify. There are 3 people doing this right now. There's one who's shifty-eyed and nervous to Gruten, and then on either side there's 2 humans, 1 male, 1 female, who look like a lot more stable in knowing what they're doing, if that helps.
He's blind.
Yeah.
I think you can tell
40.
races.
They're
I think
40
you can tell
feet.
race and gender from the foresight.
Not from 40 feet.
No, I thought the foresight let you tell race and gender. Never mind.
I don't know.
Well, even the force will let you get like idea of an emotion. The one in the middle is very
Yes.
much a lot nervous and skitterish, but the 2 on the outside are a lot more solid. and,
I'm
like,
going for the one in
understand
the
what
middle.
they're doing. Okay. You can't tell from here. You can't really hear from here.
He can say it. He can respond back.
I understand that if you know what he's doing, you can respond back.
Fair. But they're also not pinging because 120 feet and they're 40
They're
feet
not.
away.
Yeah, they're not pinging as force active,
Hmm.
as force users. He just turns very quickly and whispers in one of their ears. And then the frantic kicks up a notch. One of them just blatantly spins around, stops for a second, starts to stare down, and then they take off running.
I will hold out my hand behind me, or if anyone on the party wants to grab a hold.
Calm to Chani.
Billy, you're catching up. You're a bit slower though, because you're trying to get through people versus slip through them.
I will calm to Chani. They're gonna get away at this rate in the crowd unless I get real close. Number one. Number two, they're not force sensitive.
Then they're either hiding it or they're trying to have an escape slave situation, and we can turn that back into the station. Go for it.
Right.
Anyone grabbing Billy's hand?
Dimension door.
All right.
I'm
Is
ahead
anybody
of them.
grabbing Billy's hand first, though? Yes. Is anybody going with him? I think he's about to barrel headlong.
Expended.
If anyone should, it should be Neva.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I guess I will.
Okay. Neva's on. Are you
I'm
just?
gonna use
Is
a
this full
motivator
sprint
boost
time?
while I'm doing
Yep.
this.
Oh God.
It's
Full
100 feet
sprint
of movement.
motivator boost. All right, 200 feet around.
200 feet of movement.
So
Oh.
you do teleport in front of them. Billy, at the same time, you've blitzed and you're skidding up next to them as they're trying to run. With Nima just like holding onto your back lapels of your jacket, like. Ah!
I don't know why I'm picturing an Oblivion guard just halt criminal scum.
I'm gonna say
Complete
to
with
them as they
broadsword.
come up. I'm gonna say to them as they come up toward me. I've been told not to let you get away. So stop, or I stop you.
I've been told to keep you in my sights. Just walking up behind them.
There's no walking. You were running.
Yeah, no. Just
Even
like
his walk is 150 feet.
the skid of a stop there of just keep you in my sights.
They start to look for a minute, look around.
You're not outrunning that.
Scary man.
Pause for a second. one of them pulls out a device and the other one kicks you in the nuts, or tries to kick you in the nuts. The girl misses, but the other guy has his chance to get it off.
Since this was
What would you guys
happening,
like to try to do
could
and
we
restrain
have
them?
been rogue speeding?
You can
Yeah.
be speeding up, yes, but rogue speeding versus 200 feet and teleport. This is just the instant after they get here.
Okay.
The device the person is trying to get off,
Uh-huh.
I would like him to make a, I don't remember if it's strength or dex save, god
It's a
damn it.
strength, I think it is, if it's the force disarm.
Well, how far away from they are me?
It is their choice.
Strength or dex. Okay. From
Yep.
you, taking off at full speed, they're still probably like 100, 120 feet away.
Okay.
Well, because Billy runs 200 feet around. He got there pretty quick. Teleport. Time frames.
What does motivator boost give you the extra dash? as
Action,
well?
no.
Okay.
They failed that, I assume, because you have like a DC 20 shit.
Yep.
So you get the device.
Just gonna throw it behind my head.
Right.
What's it look like?
I don't know.
There's a Billy right here. What's it look like?
Make a perception, just to get the details, just because it's happening in the moment, you know?
Yeah. Let's see. 15, 22.
22. That was an ion grenade.
It's behind my head a good 10-15 feet. I didn't throw it very hard.
Yeah, he didn't get activated it yet, so I'll let that go with this one.
It explodes.
Right.
Just gonna hit 3 people.
Two things.
As you just step back and the one leg just goes woof, whiff.
Two things. Young miss, I don't want to hurt you. Don't try to attack me. And you, that was really bad. I don't know what that was. I didn't pay attention enough, but don't do that. He'll hurt you. I'm not trying to hurt you. I just want information. But he'll hurt you. As I point to Billy.
They might have just been trying to commit suicide or havoc.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. That will be a dirty 20.
The guy will speak up and compromise. I stay, you let them two run.
Can I make an
Now, why would I do
intimidation
that when 3 of you would have more information than just one? I
Because I
can.
have all the
I'm-
information, more information than the two of them, and we don't retaliate.
Well, how about this? What's the point of all this? And then I'll decide.
It's gonna give you a look of, what do you think? Look around. This really is the good spot to discuss that, though.
Can I just
You are in the
put
middle of
an
an
arm-
alleyway.
just
Yep,
put
what?
a hand on, like, one of each of their shoulders? Let's find
Well, there's
someone
3 of
to
them.
negotiate. Yeah. I know, but the two that we're trying, the two that we're gonna leave. with
I would
this one
like
guy.
to. I would like to see if this guy's lying.
Let's find somewhere to negotiate.
Okay, roll an insight check.
28.
So 28, it's pretty damn high. He's not lying, but there's the way he said "we" that makes you question things.
Wait, what?
The way he said
Say-
"we." You
say
can
what
read
he
body
said
language
again?
and things pretty well. He said,
He's
"Or
French.
we retaliate,"
It's the
and
French.
the way he said that makes you think he's not referring to the two of them.
Who's this we? Exactly. Because it's not the 3 of you.
He's just staring you down at this point, and he's silent on that.
Hmm.
He already made his prop of that.
Let's head somewhere and negotiate.
Well, you know what? I concur.
Johnny and
Really?
him, you're about to catch up now. Catching up right about now.
Alright.
Cool.
The plan as it stands, Chani, in her head,
Okay.
I need to say that, is the gentleman, and I don't know if I can confer things like I can with fucking message. That guy wants those two to leave. And then he'll tell us everything he knows.
He'll answer questions.
Yeah, that part. Tell us whatever we want to know. That's the better thing. But the caveat is those two have to leave.
Okay, let's make this very simple. I don't want to make a scene, nor obviously do any of you. It's very possible that we're not exactly the enemies you think that we may be. Let us get this properly discussed, and then if people are going to be leaving, then we'll make good on your part of the bargain.
Roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
Can Chani have advantage because non-hostile? I haven't even touched a weapon yet.
I know. I'm gonna say you made your check, but Billy is doing something here. I'll let it be advantage. Yeah.
Sure.
Yay!
I like having...
I mean, I didn't get it. I didn't get my intimidation roll, so
Yeah, that's probably for the best here, buddy.
put that extra die somewhere else.
Advantage is always good. 24.
Okay.
Yay!
Man. Fine. We have a way out of the way area we can go to.
I hope you'll understand, but I'm gonna stick in front of you and he's gonna stick behind you.
Fine.
Let them lead us, in quotation marks, to this
Well, he's still
secret
directing
hideaway.
you, if nothing else.
Yes.
He'll start you back down. You get back down to the shops. You start to walk between a couple of the shops. He takes down like one of the alleyways, which are a lot nicer. Not really any homeless people there, but he notices you go down. Noise dies down quick, and people don't look down these often. Before they lead you into a maintenance hatch and down for maybe a 15-20 minute walk. And you guys are deposited, eventually led up to a door that he's just like, I have to. And he gestures to the door, the lock.
By all means.
And he goes to slow, and he's just moving slowly right now to pull something out. He pulls just, looks like, that's not a key card. It's like an
Another
odd
grenade.
cylindrical device. You guys recognize this before. For some locks, it's a combination of physical locks and programming. And uses that to open the door, and you lead in. It's very rough, rudimentary, but livable hideaway.
Not too bad of a place you got here.
Had to make something. Is everybody in again then? Posting anything out? And everybody go with this.
Yes, unless someone doesn't want to.
That's why I asked. Okay. Everybody head again. As soon as you guys go in, he shuts the door behind you. You guys hear the locks engage again. He lets the way they set. They noticeably set. He puts himself here, and then the other two behind him in a corner, basically. They're off to the side. They're having their own little thing. It looks like she might be trying to calm the other guy down. The other girl down. Sorry, he's a guy. Fine, we're here. Ask your questions so we can get on with this.
Eyes on, no rude teleports in the middle of this. Who are you guys? What are you doing here?
Well, first, if you can't, he gestures, guess, we're trying to get some of the slavery out. Some of them out as we can. Occasionally we can find one that's just locked up just loose enough or the security's lax just enough.
Yes, but is there any reason why it's specifically them?
That time it was just an opportunity. Not a lot of security here is pretty good. Sometimes we don't have the chance. Sometimes we see one and we take it.
Have to make an insight check.
Okay.
Even though I'm hoping that's correct. 18?
As far as you can tell, he's being truthful.
Okay. Okay, so, General Good Samaritan just getting some fortunate soul out of a bad situation.
Kind of, yeah.
What's the kind of?
Compared. Ooh,
You're calling us
just-
good Samaritans. We're smugglers.
I don't. You're getting slaves out of captivity. I'm not gonna. Come on.
Pinching hairs on that one there.
Shrugs.
Awesome.
Somebody use it differently.
Right. As you can probably tell from the dialect being used here, we're not exactly big proponents of the trade. However, we are here for the reason of a particular individual, and there are some rather nasty people coming to try to look for them as well. I was just trying to make sure that you weren't them.
I would guess not. As far as I know. Don't know who you're looking for or what, but I don't think particular nasty describes us here.
Okay. Sorsha, anything sounding weird to you?
She just stepped out to go to the bathroom.
God
you guys
damn
literally
it.
get her every time she just steps away.
I need my
Every
insight
time
cannon.
She just steps away.
Get back here.
I mean,
Like,
I mean, if
just
you
get to
need
go to the
insight.
bathroom every time. Yeah, I know. It's just literally they time it just as you've gone. It's like, damn it. I know. It's just bad timing every time.
Give her a
I don't
moment.
get that.
I'm back. I'm sorry.
Matt, probably want to
Don't
give
be.
her a quick recap if you want to. Basically, you were just asked if you're getting any, like, negative vibes from people.
Are they bad juju?
Yes.
Can I roll for
Yeah,
bad
it'd be an
juju?
insight.
Ooh,
For
what
my
color
own
are they-
personal notes,
What color are
do
they,
they-
for Tila?
you stole what I was about to say, bitch.
Aha.
But also
The
that-
guy is mostly yellow and blue. The girl is a lot more blue than him. And the one in the middle is just kind of like firmly yellow at this point.
Okay.
21.
They don't give you bad vibes of anything. You can definitely tell they're a lot more willing to do things, but they're not hostile towards you guys right now. They're
If you
passively hopeful almost that this isn't going to go as bad as it seemed.
Matt, you're getting the big echo off Max.
I can't
That's
do
because
much
he was
about
looking towards me.
How dare.
I'm on the corner. I can't do much besides get in my corner.
don't
Yeah,
worry,
even,
it's the it's a millisecond delay, so it's fine.
Buy a cardboard box, hide yourself in.
I'm debating it.
I could bring you one.
If you're looking for negative intention,
I don't sense any.
neither do I.
Well, then it looks like we collectively just lucked the fuck out.
You're off the hook. And she's gonna do like the little I'm watching you.
She's gonna give you the look of.
Just head pans
What?
over to Sorsha. Why do you do these things? Why?
He's just gonna look. He's
What
just gonna
do
look
you
at you and look confused, just like I guess, and just do the gesture back and then shrug. Like I don't know.
Anyway, it's hard to. Right, you just want those two to leave, right?
Well, mainly the one. She'll be coming back. For the moment, yeah.
Is there any significance to that?
Probably just
Or the-
delivering them
just that
somewhere
you just-
safe.
That's
Get him.
what I was assuming.
Hand him off to the next crew.
Well,
I think we have our in.
basically.
Could I have picked up that ion grenade on the way?
Yeah, I'll let you. Just
So,
be careful with it.
yeah.
Yeah, that'll hurt. That'll hurt a lot.
I have a lot of things that will hurt a lot.
I'm talking about you.
So, to give the briefest of overall summaries, basically, we're here because someone was taken slave that is a part of an organization that likes to cause a lot of bad things to happen. And some of their people are supposed to be coming here, and if they, for instance, cause like a large-scale slave revolt or something like that, it's gonna be a lot of lost lives. So if we can prevent that, that'd be great. Who's rolling at me? What are you doing that for?
Matthew rolled.
Stop rolling at me. Makes me nervous.
Do you know who you're here for?
I don't have a name, but they're part of an organization that also refuses to give themselves a name. Bunch of force-sensitive guys.
I will say this. From everything I've understood of this individual, they will be under some of the higher security, more than likely.
Anything signifying to go off of? Anything of the sorts?
Information has been very scarce. Only that they're here. And their friends are on their way.
That makes it pretty difficult to narrow anything down if we don't have anything to go off of besides hire and slave.
Tell me about it.
That's a
Yeah.
lot of people. Like, how high end are we going here?
You've been here longer. Probably wherever a force-capable person would be.
Just gonna stop a force capable. Oh,
Yeah, that was part of the initial info
Okay.
dump.
Yeah, we did.
I
Yeah,
missed
we're
it then.
players.
Sorry.
He's okay.
You're good.
You said the force organization. Oh, I didn't know you referred to this guy as a force user. Sorry.
Sorry.
I missed it.
I
He's
also,
okay.
I also said, with his abilities, he would probably be more locked up. And his,
Well, yeah,
with
but
force
that's-
abilities, I'm pretty sure.
Ambiguous when you say abilities that have him locked up higher. That's it easily. I'm an escape guy. I can get out easy.
Yeah.
It's fine.
That'll. You might already guess, but that sounds like it's gonna be to the top, tippy top, all the way up.
I called it.
You're not really
Top,
seeing
tippy
that
top.
on most of these markets, or any markets that I'm aware of.
Well, isn't this just a pickle?
How long do you have to get him out, or her out?
No idea.
We know that we're a couple days ahead of the other things. And she will shoot a look that says that she knows exactly what days means in a place like this, which is nothing.
Time frame, at least, somewhat.
It's something, but it's not a
So
lot.
assume couple two.
The assertion
That,
was the assertion was made that the individuals that are looking for them besides us had a general area of this space, whereas we have this station. That was the difference. That's all we know.
They also apparently lack manners. If my friend is to be believed in her recounting.
Apparently they weren't very nice.
The slave or the others?
People coming.
The others.
Okay.
The mean peoples.
T-Lock.
Mm-hmm.
Something of note that
Mhm.
should not have happened for you.
Mm-hmm.
You almost missed it, and you did miss it, but right outside the door, about softball sized, is a very dense, noticeable portion of the force.
Immediate
What color?
turnaround, saber drawn.
Watch as you just start and spin that out. The guy immediately, just out of like reflex, and stepped back and started to draw a blaster.
You want to share?
So
A
I
large
don't
force
know,
presence
he
is right
just
outside that door.
spun around.
Large force presence
It's
is
not
right outside
necessarily
that door.
large. It's only about softball in present size.
Dense, then. Better?
But dense, yeah. Because it's important.
Color is important.
A dense force presence is
This
outside
is
that
neutral
door.
yellow.
Neutral yellow? Okay.
Don't know. There's only like maybe two or three other people who can get in here. Know it's here.
I'll step aside since I'm probably, at
And-
the door.
I was going to say, and as you guys hear that, you hear the door locks disengage.
If you don't know them,
Slide open. Standing there at the door. One of those B1 battle droids. It's what a lot of people, for those who have, it's like the Clone Wars ones with like the odd crescent head.
mm-hmm.
But its get up is a little strange.
Is
A lot
it
different
green?
than what you normally see. You see big old leather hat, duster, pants. Strapped to the side is a heavy, hefty revolver. And for T-Lock, this is where that core is burning about its chest level. Well,
Internally, what the fuck? Droids
This
with fucking
isn't,
force powers now?
this is an odd one indeed.
Holiday? Lowering the weapon.
Hello there. Hello there, Billy. What are you doing all the way out here? What you doing all the way out here?
Oh, I got some mission stuff I was working with, but
And what are all of you doing in my goddamn room?
I have several questions of what's going on here. Looking back
It
towards
should be
the
noted,
people-
he stepped through. The guy, like, lowered the gun and sheathed it.
If the guy who is in this room lowered the gun, who knows this room has been here forever, lowered the gun, I put the damn saber away.
Okay. You can speak up. We, had a small problem, it seemed. They waylaid us pretty effectively.
Well, this here's Holiday. If you couldn't tell from similar attire, he's one of my compatriots from over 80 years ago.
Did you
Were
have
they-
schematics on his?
Hold
I
on.
have a very important question. Hold on, Johnny.
All
Did you
right.
have schematics on his build?
Limited access.
So you wouldn't have known that he is force capable.
But no, I've seen him use it.
Were they
That would've been
taken
good
from the
information to know.
reliquary?
This did not show up in the reliquary, Billy. You know that.
So, what happened to you after the shutdown? Or is that a conversation for another time?
That might be a longer conversation, Billy. That's well, that's a hell of a topic.
Well, if they're doing anything espionage-like, I'm not really suited for that here, so maybe we can talk later if they get into that sorts.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. I was not expecting this today. He's just gonna look around at all of you. You guys here to make waves here next?
Well,
So it would seem.
we're trying to keep it a small ripple if we can.
I will say there are people coming that are going to make a lot bigger waves.
It kicked Matt off the mic.
You're
did.
gone, bud.
Also, sorry, Johnny. This is force thing.
I'm back.
Hi.
Also, Johnny, you were saying something right before I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I was asking Billy if they were one of the ones taken from the reliquary. If they were, that's a problem, but I don't know if he actually managed to answer me and say that they weren't. So that means something else entirely.
Nope, he wasn't stored in the reliquary. Not my information.
Indeed
couldn't
not. I
stop
kept
it.
out of that hellhole.
That sounds painful.
It was.
Well, with you having the force sensitivity thing there, probably send you haywire being around all that at the same time.
Huh.
Don't reckon I want to find out.
Anyway,
And if you mind, could I send my compatriots here on their way, and you guys, we can sit and talk what you need. Or why you're here, more accurate.
is that Holiday talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Does this guy know more than you? And I'll look back at the guy who said he knew the most.
Yeah, he runs it.
You're free to go, unless Chani says otherwise.
No. This works pretty well.
So they're gonna very quickly skedaddle, get out of there, get moving. He's like, I appreciate that. They're already a bit behind on that time frame they were working on.
Matthew,
Sorry about that.
ever since you compared this to Borderlands, you don't have to mute that. I'm on. Anyway, ever since you compared this to Borderlands, now that Holiday's been entered, like, I just picture, like, the Holiday, like, Borderlands intro.
But what flavor text? That's for later, though.
So, Holiday.
Yeah?
Hmm.
I don't know you very well. What chance be your name?
He'll hold out a hand and say, "My name is T-Lock."
Well, T-Lock, nice to meet you. I'm Holiday.
I'm assuming he doesn't shake the hand.
Oh, he'll shake the hand.
Okay. Well, do you want to explain it again, or shall I, Johnny?
I heard a good bit of it.
Oh, fair enough. Well, that's what we're doing here, then. We want to get somebody out, with preferably not having to pay 20 million credits or some ridiculous other number. And
Well,
back
is
to where
this
we
group-
came from.
is this group coming in expecting to raise half hell acre like it's been going on over in the Empire? I'm going to change this, by the way. We're going back to the Republic since I fucked it up the first time. This is my official designation to it, so I stop getting randomly bugged by it. I go over in the Republic over there.
I lose all my cool
Yes.
Imperial swag. Now I'm sad.
I'm sorry, man. I fucked it
I
up.
was
I'm
the
just
only
getting-
one that
keep
liked
getting
it, and it's
corrected.
gone now.
Absolutely. If my home has anything to say about it, abso-fucking-lutely.
Well, they're being a right pain in the ass now.
You heard the news about Coruscant?
What about?
They
Oh,
released some dragons.
great dragons, to be more specific. 9 of them, if I remember rightly.
6.
That he remembered
right.
wrongly.
You right, 6 of them.
And held a prison break.
Get anybody important out?
Very, apparently.
That's the problem then.
Which is why we're looking to get this guy out. Because he is seemingly important enough for one of their main leaders to want him out.
Well, if you say
Trying
it like
to-
that, he's a loose end. They don't think loose ends. Most groups don't.
Precisely.
Exactly.
Are they getting him out or are they taking him out?
Therein lies the problem. Knowing this group, they're probably going to not care about the amount of bodies they rack up.
As stated, they are more than likely going to initiate some sort of slave riot that'll get a bunch of people, slaves included, killed.
But
Or
that's just what
they're
I would
going to
do if
come in
I
here
was
with-
evil and them. They have space magic.
Or they'll come in here with a bunch of bombs and blow everything up, as apparently I've heard stories of them trying to do that to Cloud City.
I think
Or-
I heard that one in passing.
Background.
Or they'll throw 6 crate dragons at the problem. Or they'll just come in with their massive amounts of force abilities and kill anything that gets in their way. And turn this into a salted earth scenario.
Well, I don't reckon any of those sound very good.
Not compared to what we want to do, which is just grab this one dude and leave. With as little ripple as possible.
Billy?
One dude is relative, anyway.
Think this is doing right?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's piss off a hut.
Woo!
All right.
Blame it on them.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
Well, Matt, you said your ending line 2 hours in, so let's just pick it back up.
I didn't think that was an ending line. I guess thinking secondary on it now, that would have actually been a hell of a way to end it.
Yeah.
I wish I had thought about that, but I didn't. So we're gonna keep going. I need to work on my sense of timing, I understand.
No, it's fine. It sets precedence for our planning phase once again.
Most of our life is a planning phase.
So, I don't know how much you heard, but the individual we're looking for is force capable. I don't know how force capable, but very.
Here, I'll just... Johnny recounts pertinent details.
Yeah, I got most of those, but a couple of those are helpful. About a month and a half back, the only thing I could think of is they came in toting a hefty sized cargo load. About the only thing that that stood out in significance, at least. And it was, well, damn, they had that thing crawling with their goons all over the place. All over the place. Cleared the main street, cleared up down to the square, got them through, and then shit could go on afterwards.
Well,
Billy, we
like
might
the
have
type
to
of
work on
cage
your
and
stealth.
Sounds like the type of cage and container we were talking about earlier.
Possibly.
And stealth-wise, I can try. It's just,
Good.
you know...
Or we're gonna have to put you strategic. 'Cause you guys are looking at that top floor area, just below the penthouse. Haven't made it up there in probably 6 years.
Worst comes to worst, I
Yeah.
imagine we can shove Billy on exit guard. Wherever that exit is.
You can do that pretty well, I think, can't you?
I can also take an overwatch position if you need me with a rifle.
Don't know if we'll be allowed that given space station.
Oh, no, I meant you guys are coming down and it's time to go.
Cover and fire.
Yeah.
I don't know if Billy or if I was there when it was explained to Billy that his two droid friends are gone. Can I get clarification on whether or not I was there?
I think everyone's been
Yeah,
briefed
you were
on
there.
that.
You were there because you're at the debrief.
Okay. Are you going to explain to him, because he seems to be part of your little really old group, are you going to explain to him what happened to two of you?
Oh, see what we said we were going to have a talk. I was going to get to it then. Man, he might already know. Or at least some
I'm
bits of it.
afraid you have me as a disadvantage on this, Billy. I'd not heard anything about that.
Well,
That definitely should be part of our talk, I think.
we'll get to it when we get to it here.
So have you guys gotten anything extra, or you just actually looking at the rest of you? You haven't been here long, have you?
Today.
Oh shit. It's about 2 days to sack up. Son of a bitch, this is gonna be fun. Said with the tone of, "This is gonna suck."
Well,
Now, T-Lock,
I don't know.
interestingly enough,
Go ahead.
you asked about one of our strategists. This here's one of them.
Glad to hear it.
Calling me a strategist is a bit fancy.
You got the job done.
Or, on the spot, oh shit, panic mode.
well, whatever plans you make do include someone of pretty high caliber someone of decent caliber when it comes to force abilities.
Can
How
do.
about you guys just go over your repertoires with each other, and that'll help understand planning.
Well, James is asking for a break right now because he's had to pee for the last like an hour.
Okay. We
Thank
can call a small break.
Everyone informs of what they're basically capable of doing so as to better inform the plan making
yeah,
now that
the
there is an
summarization.
information source. Oh, holy God.
Yeah.
Streamline.
And then you're going to call break?
Yep, call break.
Okay. Pow.
And I'm gonna make me a bowl of chili while we're on break.
What is it with you and chili?
I just sat here and picked at all of those vegetables with a knife. With my fork out of the pan. I need something else now.
I didn't even know we still had chili.
Yeah. I hid it from you. Not really, it's in the
That's
bottom
rude.
of the fridge. No, I haven't really, it's just been sitting there.
I'm not very observant, so it's not hard to hide things.
You guys finally made it here? Yeah, you're right, that would have been a hell of a finishing line, damn it.
You hit it on your floorboard.
Now I have to wonder though, what flavor text would Holiday have for the Borderlands intro now? Because now it's stuck in my head.
I don't know his character. You tell us.
That's what I'm trying to think of.
Is the name Orange?
It would be, probably.
Well, then step one's done.
A rather forceful droid.
I actually like that.
Every new important character we have has a Borderlands opening thing.
I feel like I needed to know that, like, towards the start of this.
Well, now you know.
Are we just picking this up? Does everybody needs to get a new Borderlands intro style now?
Mm-hmm.
T-Lock's intro. It just says shirtless.
Shirtless, but
Why?
why?
Just shirtless. Why?
Shirtless, but why?
Shirtless? What about shirtless?
Shirtless,
That's
but
T-Lock.
why?
Giving everybody a Borderlands intro now.
T-Lock's is just shirtless, but why?
Well, I turned a fan on, and that fan is really fucking loud, so I'm gonna turn it off.
Source
I
says
hear
is she's here too.
I'm gonna go all around the base.
Hang on. I'm hot now. I want cold again. God damn it.
Sounds
Anyway.
like you're indecisive.
Well, no, I'd rather be cold than hot because I can do everything in the world to warm up, but I can't do anything to cool down.
I have a window open in 10-degree weather.
Yeah.
I would
Hey,
rather
that's a
be
great
cold.
way to cool your room.
Because computer hot.
I can't open my windows.
Damn, that sucks.
They're still boarded up from hurricane season.
They're painted on.
So... No, they just got boards over them. Like wood. Like a big piece of fucking plywood. So I can
We're not
open the
allowed to
window,
do that.
but it won't do anything.
We're not allowed to board our windows.
Is there a specific thing that says you're not?
Yeah, our apartment complex.
Yeah, it's called them being in an apartment and fire.
Well, I'm just
hazard.
surprised there was a specific clause that was just like, you may not board your windows. That means somebody boarded their windows.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a hurricane problem, my dude. I'd
A lot of
board
people
my
board their
windows
windows
if
for
I
hurricanes
could.
because it helps with glass.
Yeah.
They also told us not to put tape on the windows.
Well, like my
They
windows.
take all our fun away.
Just a bunch of thumbtacks.
Yes.
Because I've boarded up the outside of the window. I have a piece of styrofoam in the inside of the window, duct taped to the inside of the window.
Are you that close to hurricanes? I
I
know
live
you live
in
in Florida.
Florida.
I know, but are hurricanes such a big problem for where you live?
Yes.
It's Florida.
Yes.
All of Florida gets fucked by hurricanes.
I just didn't know if it was just closer to the coast that normally got hit or not.
Oh no. I'm not close to the coast. I'm in the middle of the state for the most part, but it's still pretty fucking bad. Like when Irma hit, it was 90, 80, 90 mile an hour winds right out my door, and I went walking around in it. It was fun.
But did you bring a kite?
No, I didn't think about that.
Missed opportunity.
I'm really getting into the spirit of the South. I got me some pork rinds and Mountain Dew.
But I will say, I did take my jacket and extend it like a kite, and I started to fly away, and then I got scared.
James, you should see helicopter training for lifts. Medina, did you ever get flown back?
You know what?
Did you or Thaddeus ever get flown back under the helicopters?
Yes.
Uh,
I walked under a helicopter when it was on.
I took
Well, Mac-
intentional tumbles.
no, I never fell, but never fell and rolled. I like fell on my knee because we're on the we were in 29 Palms. I hit one of like the little cracks in it, and like fell and tore my my pants leg. But Maze came and like grabbed me, so I just fell down to my knee and that was it.
But it sounds to me like everyone's back.
Yeah. I've never got blown over myself, but I've had to like pretty much get on all fours and dig in occasionally.
Instead of just taking a tumble, let yourself be blown by the wind.
No, see, as I'm leaving, I do the moon jumps back, because that's fun.
Oh, you mean while you're under the helicopter? Yeah, now it's a different story.
Yeah, while you're under. No. Well, while evacuating, I like to run the moon jumps that you get with the extra wind.
Yeah. Caldero used to carry me like a satchel because he was afraid I was going to go just flying off.
Well,
When we were under Ospreys.
You're tiny, so it stands to reason.
Yeah. There's some bears.
And as far as I know, ospreys are the worst birds.
Yeah.
Fair.
Alright. Well, we got everybody back.
You
The
sound like
only player I haven't heard is Medina.
he was just talking.
I missed it, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was absorbed by my chili.
That's fair.
I make
Absorbed
good
by your chili, but you're supposed to be eating it.
It's a back and forth process.
It's
I usually win, but not always.
a symbiotic relationship.
Alright, Max, he's the DM. We need him. Please recover him from the sus-like mixture.
No, I make good chili. It's fine.
Okay,
you
so I
did
guess he can
this?
just be gone.
She's the one who created the symbiote. Got ya.
Hey, that's his woman's sauces.
What's full of food? Oh, that hurt.
Max, you gonna take that? Him talking about your sauce?
Yeah.
We're back to where it all started. The sauce.
Psychic charge.
Can we talk about how much Matthew eats chili while we're doing this?
No, because most of us don't know.
It's easy to make and delicious.
Oh my god. She's not wrong. I ate a lot of chili.
I'll make chili, he'll eat it for like a week straight.
I mean, that's what you do. You make a giant pot of it and live off of it.
I make a lot of chili.
I don't like how this thing is not saying that saber throw is just a standard fucking thing that I have. Not liking that.
It's back to Star Wars.
Yep. Ready to go when you guys are now.
I thought we were staying on chili.
Matt,
I'm always eating chili.
you
Yeah.
you know how that works.
Alrighty
You
then.
ready?
Let's do this. We're moving on.
Let's do this. Excuse me. So back into it. We're serving time skip just for at least a short bit, maybe 40 minutes discussing abilities.
Yes.
Well, at least all you got diversity of skills. But not a lot of you are ready for things going wrong, are you?
Our expertise involves shooting things in rapid succession until they stop moving.
Did he just ask we're not ready for when things go wrong or whatever?
You're not those, yeah, like combat front durable folk.
That's what we got him for. Points at Billy.
Yeah, and it's nice, but even when we had 7 of us, 2 of us were delegated to the front lines. Just keeping it in mind, because chances are we won't be leaving here quietly.
T-Ock says he's a melee combatant with them their lightsabers. I just haven't seen it.
I can be a melee combatant. I'm fairly proficient with it. But I am by no means what you would call a front liner.
Just don't pull a book from Kelly's, or just don't pull anything from Kelly's book, please.
I don't know who that is.
He liked explosives a lot.
We could use him here. He was better at this planning shit than me.
He made the long term, you made the short term.
Yo, tell that to our shuttle record.
I think that record was expunged and put on taxpayers.
That sounds like something they do.
We went through a lot of shuttles.
I'll tell you what,
So
guys, I can put some feelers out, see what they can find on where things are going, how it's going. But that might take a little bit of time for them to do their digging. So I think we should once I do that, we should all get caught up in sharing what's going on with this group coming. Because if I know luck of any kind, they come in at the worst time. Does that continue on with you guys?
List of official Sentinel documents we have for them.
Oh, I'm on the timing bit.
Yes. It definitely holds true.
No. Well, this ain't gonna be a fun conversation, is it? You guys are very quiet people.
Probably not. Like I said, we've said, I guess, they sent 6 crate dragons loose on Coruscant with the caveat of, I'll either blow it up or I'll send crate dragons, which we didn't know what crate dragons were, but we didn't know they were crate dragons, you should say.
That's a
There's
hell of
also
an
the
option
record.
choice.
There's also the records of Cloud City.
That too.
Yeah, I heard that one in passing. Something about a terrorist attack, a bomb attempt.
Yep, that was them.
From what I
You
understand,
okay there, miss?
those were there. Or those 2 were there, as he points to Chani and her. Sharshat, that's the name. I
Ow.
forget.
I defused the bombs.
I did nothing. I did costumes.
You carried me back after I got injured.
I did costumes.
Well,
Oh,
who knows how it'll go?
I did carry
Yep.
you back. I forgot about that.
Holiday, how's your armor holding up?
Oh, it's piecemeal and patchwork, but I've kept myself running over the years.
You got any? You
I
got
can
some
slapdash
decent light-
stuff together, and sometimes we come across somebody who's pretty good at repairs.
You got some decent lightsaber resistance still?
Better than most, but not what it used to
Good.
be.
Because and Billy will pull out the lightsaber he got from one of the bodies. You know, they're fans of these.
A lot of people are with the Force stuff.
They're handy tools.
I get tired of putting my arm back on.
I kept this one. One, because it's kind of cool, but two, also, they cut things really well. It's just nice to have if you need to cut something up.
Good to know. Going through the wall is an option sometimes.
With me, you know, with me and Mountain, going through the wall has always been an option.
Yeah, but that's quieter.
This is true.
You'd be surprised on how noisy those can be when trying to cut through metal doors.
Oh, and I don't doubt they're noisy. I'm just saying they're quieter than what either of those two chuckle fucks did.
Well, Billy's just loud in general.
It's hard to be quiet
Oh.
when you're this big and have this much arsenal on you.
Alright, so give me a quick rundown on who we should worry about and what we're doing with this organization coming, and then we can get to the catching up.
Well, you got an asshat who is apparently really hard to cut with a lightsaber, or stab, or shoot. Just really tough on the outside. Yeah, seems to like to talk. So you might be able to draw out something there. Known as Aegis. Anyone else want to throw an
Alright.
opinion in there?
No, I think you pretty
Really
well
good.
got it.
He
Really good
stinks.
with blades. Yes, apparently he. I don't know how much that'll apply to us two, but apparently he stinks.
I mean, I got a part, but I got a way of processing like what certain things are in the air, and makeup in the air, chemical makeup, but not smell. I don't think.
Apparently it's force,
Yeah.
whatever.
Really, really good with blades though.
Like blades, not that.
No,
Any points for the
uses
handle?
vibro blades.
I don't like those either. I've had to put my arm back from those too.
He was from the record we got, and well, them experiencing. I was down at the time. We'll get that here in a second. But apparently
died.
he was able to. Apparently he was able to hold off two of the
Hey, I love getting kicked.
best fighters in the organization at the same time in close combat.
Well, he was
Who
able
you
to.
guys, who you guys rating as the two best fighters? Because I've got my opinion, but opinions vary from person to person.
Well,
two
in the,
of
in the Sentinels, there's the ones he was fighting against were Marav and Cecil, and he was
Wait,
holding his own
like
quite
Cecil,
well.
like the guy running it right now.
Yeah,
Huh. Billy, what the fuck did you get into?
look, they reactivated me and pretty much said, "Hey, come help deal with this shit."
I'll be
know how it
honest.
goes.
None of us were at full capacity when we went into that fight.
Yeah, this was after the dragons.
Wait, so two of them and all of you. Minus you, Billy.
Oh no, I got.
That's
See,
what it
I
said,
was
minus
already.
you. I know you said you weren't there.
Actually,
Well, no. Well, I was there, but I was getting to that. You see, I was running low on some of my resources, and me and this little fellow here, we went down there to try and stop the prison break, but they already got the prisoners out. And the second big target, was she bigger than Billy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you see, there is this woman, and she was bigger than me, maybe even bigger than Mountain. And she punched good. She puts the force into her punches and can physically dent my exoskeleton.
When we
With a
found him,
punch.
his whole chest cavity was caved in.
Uh-huh.
Strong,
didn't fight.
fast physical fighter. You'd have to get the rest of the description from them, but
She didn't fight any of us when we went down there. It was only him.
she was probably trying to prioritize escape.
No, she wanted to fight.
Oh,
Very much
Why
wanted to fight.
are all you people here if one guy was causing that problem and she wanted to fight?
hang on, there's a third. Also, I think Aegis might have higher rank. I don't know how their stuff works.
I think from how he put it, they're all about the same.
Well, I
Which
guess he talked her
stands to
down.
reason there's one person above them, more than likely.
But and there was a third guy that, well, we didn't really meet him. He had like a force projection type deal from an unknown distance where it was him, but you know, it was just a hologram basically, and he talked to us from there. Seems like he, what was it labeled as? He just likes to use a lot of force fucketry
And explosions.
and explosions and releasing dragons.
Just so y'all know, I made a joke about you making ripples and waves here because I recognize you two. Points at Trani and Sorsha. That was a joke, you realize that, right?
There is no joking whenever it comes to things going incredibly wrong in our presence.
It happens all the time.
I've been with them for all of like maybe a couple weeks, and there's been more problems than I've ever had to deal with in my 18 years of existing.
Are any of these three the people coming here?
We don't know.
Don't know.
Probably not. They're really not the go-to agents. Maybe the bomb guy might have a certain hand in it, but more than likely it would be a more stealthy whatever, because you don't want a station full of HUD people pissed off at you. Not if you want to try to escape alive.
I want to state they are well known for mind fucketry. I don't think they care.
That's large-scale mindfucketry, though.
Oh, I mean, you gotta point out the Huts are pretty hard to mindfuck with the Force stuff.
That is a pretty well-known fact.
Is it? Because I
No,
didn't
but-
know that.
It's not as well known. Billy, you're jaded as fuck. Remember what we did.
That is true, and also times have changed.
You guys got an image to go with these? I could set up have some people keep an eye on in case they come onto the station.
For the higher-ups, yeah, I've got something, but for their standard affair, there's really no proper uniform, but I can give you some images of what the soldiers look like over on Bespin.
I have to disagree with the proper attire, because they all seem to be wearing dark cloaks
Well-
all the time. Every one of them.
A lot of Darksiders like to do that, though. They
What's
have
up with that?
they have the standard Darksider Sith appearance for the most part of just dark robes, red lightsaber.
And if we just start going off of that, we're going to capture way too many angsty teenagers before we actually manage to find anything useful.
Oh, good God. The teenagers. Yeah.
Well, they probably won't have the lightsaber unless Daddy's got some money.
Daddy always has money. Have you never met these angsty teenagers?
Sadly, too many times.
We got at least 4 washed crimes because of them. We don't
Expunged.
talk about those much. So you guys are showing pictures of shit and stuff?
Me.
Pictures of the people. Looking through them, the only one he notes is you get to Aegis, and he's like, that's pretty fucking familiar, but I don't know where or who. But I have seen him before.
Just a moment. Johnny will go back in her logs, way back toward, like, started a campaign on the on the fucked up images she got from Session 0. Maybe more like that? Because that was whenever he had some anti-camera or whatever.
I've seen some of that too, but I've seen this guy face to face. I don't know what's up or what's off. I can't place the name yet. But the blur goes with the face of movement stuff too.
Well, oh, never mind. Billy wouldn't know that. That's on the blacklist stuff.
Yep.
I was gonna say the stuff about the chariot, but Billy don't know that.
Yep.
I don't know it yet.
No, you have to get to Count caving in someone's chest with a corn dog stick before you
I
get
have
there.
to get through Count whining about being part of the Jedi first.
He does seem to like to go around and just kind of be places. We found him at a gambling den at one point in time, but you just kind of passed each other.
He talks a lot.
Yes, it's what you use whenever you encounter him.
We've ran into a few Force users like to talk and talk and talk, and well, they don't mind talking because they don't consider you're gonna win.
Well, they do tend to be very arrogant, but there is also the issue of, are we stalling them or are they stalling us?
Say what now?
Are they stalling them, or are we stalling them, or are they stalling us, though?
For
There's
this?
always that issue. Oh, just the ones that like to talk a lot.
Oh yeah, no shit. We've had a few of those go south. Yeah, if you guys are gonna try and talk to him in the future, it sounds like this one's gone great. Be careful. I have replaced both of my legs and one of my arms from a bad one of that.
You okay, Max?
No, that was James.
James.
Yeah.
I just heard gasping.
He tried talking to me some when
Sorry,
I was
they
trying to
changed how Foresight
negotiate
works.
and stall for some time with the other one there. But she would not listen to reason and proceeded to cave my chest in.
Well, Aegis was able to make her leave, if that helps. He basically told her, leave, and she left. Reluctantly, but she left. Luckily.
I guess she just needed to get some pent-out frustration out.
Y'all think there's one higher?
Well, yeah.
I don't think that's a bad guess.
It stands to reason, but determining whom it is not something that we have anywhere near the amount of info to actually be able to properly regulate. Disturbingly, they quite obviously have either a hell of a mole or something deeper connected to the actual Sentinels themselves. That's part of the information we hope to try to gain something from this loose end.
And that's why you're out here getting him for hoping make him squeal and stuff.
More or less.
Hoping is a strong word. I'm sure we can. Just depends on how far the Sentinels are willing to go. Now, if we take him where I come from, well, he'll talk. He'll talk.
Full open disclosure, these people want to cause too much of a disruption to ignore. And depending on how high it goes, I really don't trust full information to the proper sources.
Well, it doesn't look like I'm going to be giving proper information to anyone here all the way out here, does it?
That's why I'm talking about it.
Well, if there's anything to go off from history itself, is when you get a big organization of Darksiders like this, they try to do something with the government and take over a galaxy or part of it.
And even
You
if all
guys
they...
got any idea what they want?
Well, even if all they actually want to do is just cause enough chaos to increase militaristic actions, it means that whomever's in charge would have a stake in increasing militaristic actions. So anyone that we've been able to talk to in an official capacity could be in on it. Is the problem.
Dun, dun,
Yep.
dun.
See, this is why I retired from that game.
This is also specifically why the Sentinels do not know that we're here.
Wait, you're allowed to retire?
Sentinels don't know we're here.
No, they don't.
I've been out of
You
Sentinels
didn't
for
tell
good
anyone we were
80
heading here,
years,
did you?
Billy.
No.
I mean,
I don't
They
believe
probably-
that, no.
they
I
probably
don't
also,
believe
you
that
know,
no either.
they probably, you know,
assume they
also,
already knew, so. I
Nima?
didn't bother.
Who'd you talk
they
to?
probably track where I go.
Sato. I asked him about vacation days.
Did you tell him you were on your way here?
No.
Tracking things through hyperspace is a little bit tricky.
Then there's no problems.
Aside from me, they probably know where I am.
Then there's one problem.
Well, you do give off a signal that I can find, but that's due to your new
Packet.
brain droid. Yeah.
Well, don't they have some kind of access to packet back there?
Not
Or
particularly.
packet relaying stuff?
No.
No, and he shouldn't be.
It's amazing how liberal they are with some of their freedoms.
Well, Pack is kind of special.
Packets also remember you purposely lied about.
Yeah.
Just as a friendly reminder to your details.
I know.
There's no one in the party that doesn't have that.
Doesn't have what?
Well, I think that's what most of our business is set until we get more information. But, I'm willing to bet
Well,
Billy's got some
actually-
questions. Oh,
Billy also left out what happened down in that reliquary, didn't you, Billy?
They stole stuff.
Specifically,
wait, they got down in there. Wait. You hadn't said a reliquary. You said a prison break.
It was both.
Yeah,
we
they
went to the
also-
reliquary first.
They went down.
it
They went
was-
down and stole stuff from
it
the
was both.
reliquary too. And T-Lock, that's part of what I said we'd get to later. But yes,
Think
two
it's
of our
kind of
compa-
important now.
yes. I figured we'd be talking sometime in between there and now. But two of our compatriots were down in the vault there, and they were taken.
Which two were
Yeah,
taken, Billy? That's a problem.
Let's see, what was it? It was wasn't it Kelly and Baker?
Skirmisher and heavy ordnance.
Skirmisher and really big sniper dude.
Yeah, yep, Kelly and Baker. Yep, they oh,
Hold
no,
on.
Heavy
left.
pack.
Yep.
Seriously, don't
I
play the
got
drinking.
dropped.
Seriously, don't play the drinking game for us disconnecting.
I think it might be at 6 now.
Just don't. You'll die.
Yeah.
But Yep,
I got
and,
cut off at
it was Kelly and
Let's
Baker
see.
that got taken.
Matt?
So,
Okay.
Hold on, I'm adjusting volume real quick. I have to do it every time I come in and
No.
out.
Yeah, I'm readjusting yours.
So you mean to tell me, a group, working from the shadows, kind of coming out and hitting and running, stole Baker and Kelly.
Yes.
Told you it was kind of important right now.
You mean the two people in our group, from our squad, that actually have the ability to get in here without any of us knowing?
Yes. And to just shoot a hole in this space station.
Shit. You know, today started out really good. Hmm. Uh, hmm. I better hope they take too long to activate or they can't get through 'em.
Matt, just as a question, Robert doesn't remember. Did they also take Jolene?
Yup.
And with Baker went Jolene.
Hmm. Huh.
And Sato refused to build me a new Jolene.
Something like Jolene takes a while, Billy.
I know.
Plus regulations.
Yeah, Jolene might be considered illegal at this point.
I think Jolene might be illegal, Billy. So now that we got that fun bombshell out of the way, I'm sure you got some questions. Billy, why don't you let them out? Actually, that's open for anybody if you guys got any questions. You're all here with Billy, I'll give you guys benefit of the doubt.
So, how long you been gone from the Sentinels?
Well, remember the day out of that building? Never went
Kind of.
back.
What you been doing since?
A bit of an everything, really. This is a more recent one. Last about 15 years from this one, but oddballs here and there, doing what I can where I can.
Just trying to get by. Yeah. Maybe give them an explanation of your full capabilities at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. Most of my stuff comes from either a couple of fun types of rounds that I can make. Can't make too many at a time. They tend to not play nice. I'm sure your friend here noticed it. Got shoved right in my chest here. They experimental type, messing with some of the force. Pretty hard to get me down with it, but it has its limits. It's kind of like a battery.
What are your force capabilities?
Oh, I got a good handful of some lower level ones, some medium level areas, some medium levels of talent, one or two higher end talents, but nothing like what an actual true force user can get to. Just good enough to be a pain in the ass to put down. Most of my rating in the squad came from on the spot, oh shit, panic moments. I somehow pulled some out of my ass.
That's fair enough.
Well, seems like you might be dealing with that pretty soon.
Yeah, that's all I was worried about. Well, it seems like things are drying up pretty quick here. You guys want to take it easy? You're welcome to sleep wherever. I ain't got a lot of room. Didn't need a lot of room.
So about getting to the top floor there.
Yeah, that ain't gonna be easy.
When is anything ever easy?
Well, most of my days were pretty easy, and then you guys showed up.
Okay, so if we're not getting in through the elevator, what other options are there? Or we just wait?
Big ones I know are elevator, which you could go through, or maintenance hatches, or not. He's gonna look around. I don't know about all the rest of you, but Billy, you will be good at this part. Rest of you guys might. Infiltration bit. Any of you good at getting into computer systems?
Johnny
Points at Johnny.
yeah,
Point at Johnny.
raises her hand slightly.
Well, you're probably gonna be needed pretty heavy on this.
I
She
imagine.
can also turn invisible.
Yeah, but I imagine that there's not going to be any convenient area for me to shack up and just control the computers. So,
I mean, once you get in there might be, but I'd have to get more info on the layout.
yeah. If we can get me into the system proper, I can do a lot of things, assuming that it's properly, mechanized. And put the friend or foe tags in their own security systems, lights, if they have a private docking bay. All those things.
But I don't have details, but I know the guy up there is pretty fucking paranoid. He has a lot of things hooked up. Guess you're gonna be stress testing how that goes.
Yeah. And if our objective becomes find that room, put me in it, I probably want to have someone else there with me for just in case purposes.
Raise his hand.
You sure you might be better actually acquiring the individual? You said yourself you're one of our more combat capable ones. If things are going to get hot, whoever stays with me should be able to get the fuck out.
You could shove Tinu in your backpack.
I guess I could shove Tinu in my backpack.
I could also go with you.
That's a big party split.
Well, I'm really not a
I mean,
combat, so it's fair
well,
for me.
Nima possesses a lot of similar capabilities to you.
I don't normally, break into computers, so I guess I probably could if I learned the process. It won't be as easy for me as it might be for Johnny.
No, but you have similar stuff as the stealthing capabilities and whatnot, correct?
Similar, yes.
I have been working on a teleport. It could prove very useful, especially if we manage to get a proper schematic.
Just don't go into the wall.
Same.
Same here as well.
Don't plan on it.
You got to see mine in action.
Yeah, we've already seen Johnny's teleport before in the past.
My teleport's a big teleport.
Well, this one can grab someone else, is the difference.
Same.
I get it, you're cool.
So, what's the hold up on the teleport? Usually there's a catch with these things.
Just knowing the area first, I don't want to try to go somewhere and be in space. Or in a wall.
Oh, I can teleport somewhere I can't see.
You can't see a lot.
Well, I can see out to 120 feet. I can teleport further than that. Much further than that. From what I can understand of it currently. But...
Hell yeah, blind teleporting.
But if I teleport in there and don't know where I'm going, there's a likelihood I'll teleport inside of a wall, or inside of a guard barrack, or... You get the point.
So I have a
I
really...
think the current range on my for my limit is 500 feet?
So I have a really dumb idea. Can one of you make me invisible?
Yes, I can.
For how long?
That works.
It depends.
And would my jetpack disrupt the invisibility aside from noise?
It depends on what invisibility I use. The one that has the less range, nothing you do procs the invisibility to go away. The one that has more time range, everything you do procs the invisibility to go away.
Well, not everything.
Now, I
Here's
might
an
know
idea.
what you're trying to use. I might have used it a few times. It's only a couple of small things that'll actually break that thing first.
Well, here, let's give it a test. Just turn me invisible, and I'll turn on my jetpack and see if it undoes it.
I'll give him normal invisibility first.
Turn
Force
on
camouflage
jetpack.
it is.
Just
Uh,
turn on the jet.
Force camouflage him, turn on the jetpack, go
Yeah,
up and down.
Turn on the jet.
It doesn't break
Turn
it.
on the turn on the jetpack and just like attempt to hover.
Doesn't break it.
I think we're good then. How long's this last?
That one an hour,
So
unless I do other things. I might be able to make it last longer, just a little bit.
So what if we get a couple of you that can teleport, and everyone made invisible like, and I just fly you guys up to a higher point, and you teleport in there.
It's a plan, but what do you think, Holiday?
There's a reason I
I'm
didn't come up with
listening.
the plans.
Yeah, I'm listening still, buddy. This ain't my gig. I'm helping, but all in all, you guys are taking the big risk here.
What the fuck is the fucking light rapier's actual name?
Light foil.
Thank you.
But well, what's the floors up there look like?
Well, last time I was up there, it was a bit gaudy for my taste. Pretty open and spacious. Cargo area was also pretty wide area. I guess he sometimes went down to check on his supplies. You'll be running around for a while, though, if we don't have any better heading. He's got a pretty sizable bit up there. Don't have a lot of specifics. I wasn't up there for long.
That's fair. Well,
If you see an arm that looks kind of like this one, though, you grab it. I'm kind of missing it still.
yeah, sure. So, you guys could take pretty much everyone but me, right? Teleporting up there?
I can take one other person.
And Chani can take one other person.
And I can take one other person.
The question is, how much of our resources is that cutting us down to?
Y'all want to get up there invisible and then teleport in?
That was the thought.
Well, that invisibility I put on him, that will break it. The
But
other
does it break?
is-
But does it break before we enter or after?
it breaks as soon as I go to use another ability.
It'll hit pretty hard, but if we need invisibility, I can get the counts. I can get all of us out of sight. If you guys want to use resources on the teleport.
And judging from the height of stuff earlier, how long does it look like Billy, or how long does it look like it would take Billy to get pretty high up there?
At Billy speed, not terribly long. Station floors are only about 40 or 50 feet between them, so they can have buildings and some space, if that. Some of the areas will be shorter.
Oh yeah, so I can just fly up. I can just one round do that. But if they're only that tall, we don't even need Billy to fly up.
Yeah, that's the thing though. It's top floors are this guy's. They're still cut off a lot from the people below.
So how many floors we got?
He's got 4 or 5 of these just to him.
It is a big slug, so
He might have crawled down a couple more floors he owns now. I haven't paid that close attention to what he's got. Haven't needed to.
Well, nope. Don't seem like my plan will work too much then, or couldn't be done anyways from just the ground.
How far can you guys jump? Teleport wise.
Again, mine's roughly 500 feet.
Similar.
Approximately the same.
50 feet of floor. That's quite a bit.
Wait a minute.
I do have another teleport, but it is... I have to see where I'm going to use it. And it is much less cost effective.
So, yeah, we could just skip up to the top floor pretty much if need be.
Well, if there's 10 floors, then the top floor will be at the 500 mark, yes. But if there's more than 10 floors, then no.
I don't think it's more than 10 floors, buddy.
Well, there you go.
I'm thinking maybe 7, 8 at most.
And we're on 2.
We'll tell you what. We can't do a lot more with that info. We got some food somewhere in here if you guys want to take it easy while we wait on people to get back with more information. You guys have anything in particular you'll need? Want?
At the moment, no. For myself, anyway.
I'm looking at layout, guard patterns, and any particular fun individuals, and maybe a floor on that containment
If you can get info on
that I
where
have
the
my guys looking for.
if you can get info on where the security office is, that'd help too.
Security office, I'll add it to the list.
And exit plan, because more than likely something's going to occur and resources will not allow us to just simply teleport out again. What are the ways out? Do they have their own, like I said, little area with ships that can possibly be maybe made to go outside? And if taken outside, are the external security things linked to the same office, or is that its own thing somewhere else? Because it'd suck if we get in an escape vehicle and then just turbo lasers.
Alright, we'll add that all down. Might send you with one of them at some point to get into the data info if you're good at it, though.
Yeah, that's fair and makes sense. Sorsha. Obscuring our normal features and facial things, do your thing.
Cool costumes.
Even if they don't actually help. They're a
They
morale
make
thing.
me feel important.
Morale thing, yeah.
Costumes.
Also, Holiday,
Yeah.
do you have a way of concealing your own forced presence?
If I need to.
Okay, making sure.
Can I roll my costume?
What you making?
Am I making costumes for everybody? Oh.
You and Chani are becoming Tuscan Sand Raiders.
Are we really?
It's up to you.
Yeah, you're the one making the costumes.
Hey man, Tuscan Raiders like slaves. You guys have come to get some good slaves.
Affirmative, Ert.
Cool. I'll do
Eric
that.
knows about that. Eric knows about that.
It's just what they do. It's the incredibly racist people from the planet of sand.
We're gonna be sand raiders.
Seriously, it's like, oh yeah, that's an entire group of people. Fuck them all. They just take slaves and they're bad. That's the canonical thing on them.
Can I roll?
Yeah.
Cool.
What do you do for everybody else, or are you just doing those two?
Well, I'll figure that out when I get there.
Just a big ass group of Tuscans.
I'm just gonna have you roll once for making costumes tonight.
All
That's
of
what I'm
the-
asking.
24.
Okay, I'm just gonna have you roll once tonight just for the costume stuff. What are you making for everybody else?
What's everybody else doing?
As of right now, nothing.
Yeah. They get fancy costumes. They get just suits and stuff.
Suits and wigs
Okay.
and hats.
She just makes them all fancy costumes. Just make them fancy boys.
Chris, you are fancy boys.
1920s Gangster Billy.
I'm not wearing it.
This is costume C.
It's not optional.
It's not optional. You have to wear it.
You can't see it anyway.
I can
Can't
see
be-
it enough.
To know that you look like a Tuscan Raider.
Except for Tenu,
Oh,
he's
no.
still the dog.
Only Chani and Sorsha are Tusken Raiders.
Yeah, the rest of them are just fancy.
I'm
Tenu
requesting
still
like
gets dog costume.
I'm requesting like 1920s gangster for Billy.
Okay. 1920s gangster for Billy.
Paperflip.
Yes.
You guys are going
I
through your
can't
process doing shit.
Upcast shit to 5th level. I
What?
can upcast shit to 5th level.
Aren't you cool?
I didn't know. I didn't know I could upcast shit to 5th level.
You
Yeah,
guys
we
are
went
sitting
over
here
that.
going through
I
your
just can't have
process through the night.
Level spells yet.
Sorsha making all the costumes. Just the holiday in the background, just like, what the fuck?
I have
Shit,
no idea.
we didn't
what
get
part of this
costumes.
The jealousy.
I have no idea in what part of this mission I'm actually going to play, aside from just waiting to shoot people.
Heard that sneeze.
Yeah, I don't like sneezing. It sucks.
Powerful.
So Tenu is still the dog, but he gets a little bow tie.
You know you have to give Holiday something, right?
I don't know
shit.
Holiday's personality.
Doesn't matter. You'll figure it out.
What's Nima getting?
Hold on, I'm figuring that out.
Also, you don't know his personality. You just gave one of our members a dog suit with a bow tie.
And you're dressing up as Tuscan Raiders while you have a gangster.
Nima, do you still have the Hawaiian shirt that I gave you?
He didn't give me a Hawaiian shirt. He gave me the hoodie. Just this black oil stain.
Yeah.
Make him a grease monkey.
I'm gonna make you a greaser jacket.
It's just fine.
Yeah, Nima gets a greaser jacket
What, does Nima have a pompadour now?
and a pompadour.
Does Nima have hair?
He does
No.
now.
Yeah.
Wait.
He does now.
He's gonna make a pompadour out of my tail hair? I don't think I have hair on my head.
Pompadour wig.
No, my hair is white. That's why. How'd you have?
Regardless, it's overwritten because she made a wig for a pompadour.
I made a wig for a pompadour. It just
Yeah,
sticks out.
pompadour wig.
Trust in the pompadour, Thaddeus.
Well, Kelly, while she's making that, and I guess we'll come back for a
Holiday.
surprise for you, Harley. Holiday, let's. You want to go take a walk?
Sounds like a thing, Billy. Let's go for a walk. You guys stay here, you'll be pretty okay. You need something?
Sorsha,
Well, you can talk
Yeah.
to him or follow him from your info you said.
Sorsha, I expect good things out of your surprise. Whatever costume you make for him.
I'll try really hard.
That's what it is. It's automatically assigning double saber to strength instead of dex, even though it's a finesse weapon. That's annoying.
They might have changed it.
He'll lead you on. I'll say he'll lead you out of the room, Billy.
Just take a
Start
walk down the
walking.
back alleys.
And he'll start leading you back down. You're still inside it. It's still like maintenance area and shit. Yeah, he'll walk about 30 minutes, and he's like, I keep this spot open for anytime I feel like just getting away from a lot of shit. And then he'll walk over and he'll hit a thing, and you guys can see out of the space station. There's the planet below, the stars around, the sun, everything there. So, Billy, what all did you leave out in there?
Is like a door closed behind us?
Mhm.
Well,
You're pretty well off. You're pretty well on your own in here.
first of all, got an excuse for any interference out here. of such.
Middle of space station if something sounds a little bit wonky. All electronics and shit can cause some disturbances.
And I'll pull out the little thing that Kelly gave me.
Okay.
And no, he didn't give me the, I wasn't given the actual cartridge from Jolene, was I? I was just shown it, right?
No, you were given it.
And I'll pull out the cartridge of Jolene. I got to meet. I got to meet up with Kelly.
And you got that cartridge. So they're up and about.
Now Baker wasn't there when we had our meeting, but apparently he's fired a cartridge without having a target, which that never happened before.
No. Remember, he said he found it in the cleaning room, not that he fired it without a target.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. This was one moment.
Uh-oh, sounds like he's getting attacked.
Stupid poor headset. Is my volume okay here?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Sounds good.
It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, this was found in a cleaning area apparently. And
So he's out working.
this here is a jamming device, which I should be able to use to contact Kelly.
You able to trust Kelly right now?
He made a lot of good points.
He's pretty good at that. Don't mean he's right.
It's actually good that I got to meet with you, because I wanted to hear your side of the story. Holiday, I can't access a lot of those records from before and just after what happened. And they scrubbed a lot of my stuff. I want to hear it from you. What happened back there, right before my shutdown? What happened with that last Sith? What happened with that last Sith raid?
We started with the big ones, I see. Well, first, you know what it was like about that time. We got all of the big players down, all the big players were out. We were just cleaning up stragglers. Trying to buckle down, set up order, you know? We got reports in the area of less stomp, more try to get under control, but it's not entirely inaccurate.
So the way we did stuff, it was more stomping out.
Yeah, we only got sent after the bad ones, Billy. There's a lot of okay ones that didn't have a problem. They were okay with how things were going. But that area, we kept getting reports, and eventually it came in of somebody causing two other members to pretty well hospitalize their buddies. Entirely against their will, just no reason on a dime. And at the time, suspicions were high, people were firing and ready to go, so we all went in. I went in first to see if I could talk things down. See what I could do. Nothing uncommon for us. When I got in there, there was no Sith raid, Billy. I was a little boy and his mother, terrified. Little kid had been caught up in them. And his mom were out for groceries one day and they got caught up in a mugging. And he lashed out as a kid to do what he could do. And, well, we got called in as a consequence. So I came back out to talk to the guy in charge. Just trying to talk him down. Was a bigot, I don't even remember his name at this point hardly, it wasn't worth it. He lost somebody in it all and, Well, he had a hate on for just about anything related to the Force. Tried telling him it was just a kid trying to protect himself and his mother. He wouldn't hear it. We argued back and forth. Pretty sure you saw that bit for a while.
And that's what led to the shot,
Well,
okay?
he told me to take out the trash. Those were his exact words on what I should do. And I thought, okay, let's get rid of the trash.
And what happened afterward when you
So
told
I
me
pulled
to
it and
stand
planted
up?
2 bullets in his head.
So what
I
happened
was gonna
afterward
have.
when you had me stand there?
I went in and got those 2, got the mother and her kid, and I got them away from the area. I was trying to get him to a safe spot, and I was gonna come back and collect you after that, but by the time I got back, they had you locked up, chained up, and, well, they had you pretty well out of the way, and I'm just one person, Billy.
Oh, yep, I understand. Too much of a risk there.
By the time I got any chance to do anything, I was trying to warn the other people, but a lot of my links through were getting canceled out. I was classified as rogue.
So what happened
You
with
guys were
everyone else
getting
there?
shut down.
So what happened to everyone else?
They all got brought down, either ordered down by the people there, or the couple of them that refuted an order because progression and all of that were forcefully brought down.
So who all else is out there? That you
Right
know
now, as far as I know, just me, you, Billy, me, you, Kelly, and Baker.
of? What
Pretty
happened
sure
to
I was the
Malcolm?
only one of the 7 that got out.
Well, he was the least sentient oriented. He probably just shut down off of command.
He didn't ever really get too far.
So what happened to the kid?
Oh, kid and the mom?
Yeah.
He's a grandpa right about now. I don't expect him to be with this world much longer. I got them out at least. Got them living as I think they took up farming for a profession, and I checked up pretty regularly. I got them settled up and checked in pretty regularly. After a couple of years, I would take off and do shit.
Can I insight
But it's
check all
still
this?
too long. Yeah.
Fail.
That's a fucking 2. Well, I rolled a fucking 2. So, yeah, no, he's being forthright.
Holiday?
Yeah.
There's something else that's missing from my record, and it's been bothering me. Who
Let's
made
see if we
us?
can clear it up.
Who created us, and what was our original designation before being handed over to the Sentinels?
Who was my creator, Papa?
Like, brother. Who's our dad?
Sentiment stand.
Oh,
Who made us?
he wasn't much of an anything really at the time. He was down pretty low. We were built basically in a garage, believe it or not.
So it wasn't. It was one person, not an organization.
Oh yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, Sentinels definitely upgraded the hardware a lot, but the base programming and shells? Nah, they didn't do that.
The prototype AI
It's
advancements.
not prototype, we're still running on the same thing. Since the day you've been fired up, or you were first fired up to now, we are all running the same start.
I meant prototype could be an experimental type thing.
I don't know much about a prototype. We were pretty close to okay.
I was just taking a guess. since, varying levels.
Yeah, I think if I had to guess which one was the predator type, I'd say mountain.
Unless they made us and kind of set like different standards as a test.
Might have. I don't have much from the days of it. He didn't have us too long before things caught wind and we were seized. Experimentation with developing AI programs was not something very
Legal.
well looked upon. We were quickly seized as an illegal asset experimentation.
Any idea what happened to him?
Best I could find, they basically made him disappear, not killed or anything, but he never got much above the station where he was. Anytime he tried to raise up with jobs, they slapped him with something. They kept him pretty down pat and out of the way. Kept checking up to make sure he couldn't make any more of us.
I was about to try and do a bigger dig, but we kind of had to leave in a hurry with our current situation.
Yeah.
I may try when I get back, but he said, Kelly said use this when I made a decision about everything, and when I advanced more. They said they had the ability to take our chains away.
Yeah, they might, Billy, but what's that cost? What's that gonna cost you? Kelly's working again. We already know they're doing something to Kelly. Baker's out working and firing Jolene again. We already know they fucked with him pretty good.
Well, Kelly said something else. He said when you hit that point of that full sentience, he said something seems to change about you. And I don't know if it's from their messing with it, or if it's in general.
Billy? Baker made that transition before he went in the tanks. Before he went down in that reliquary.
And did anything change about him there beforehand?
Remember when he started to hate killing?
Yeah, he had
That was his. That was about when he did
on
it.
Jolene.
It's about when he did it.
And what about you?
That's a harder one. I'm not watching it from an outside point of view.
That's fair. Then again, you also
I
had
had
that there force thing with a bit of extra enlightenment, I guess.
Oh, it probably fucked with me too, but best I can say is I got a lot more reckless with shit. And I started considering the collateral a lot more. It wasn't just numbers on a page, it was that's a person dead.
Kelly said I was
That's somebody
close to
who
that
had a
point.
life. You're getting there. At least from little bits I've seen, you're speaking forward a lot more than you used to.
He
And
said it.
you're questioning.
I've noticed that within myself, but he said it seems like there just needs to be something else to happen, and I don't know what that is, and I don't know what's going to happen.
Don't think any of us knew what it was or what will happen, Billy. I noticed 3 of us have hit it and 3 of us have done different things, if what you said's right with Kelly. It was always a nasty motherfucker, but if he sat down and talked with you, things might be a bit different now.
Well, and that's the thing for Kelly. He was willing to sit down and talk a lot more, be more reasonable. Still exploded a train on me, but
Yeah, he's one to do that. All I can say is you keep going forward, keep on doing what you think is right. Pick a path and stick to it if you can.
I'm having
I'll
a
help you
hard
through
time.
that as best as I can say.
I'm having a hard time finding what's right and wrong, and simply doing what I want. Because I don't know
It's
what I
all a
want.
choice. It's all a choice, Billy.
See, I will
Not
tell
an
you this
easy
though.
one.
I'll tell you this though. The group we're with now, they definitely get trigger happy sometimes.
Like you're
Including-
one to talk.
See, but I had protocol.
Yeah.
I had protocol and coding for that. What I'm talking about is, if something got leaked to the public from files, it would look terribly bad.
This
That
might be a
person-
jaded responsibility, but that's every single organization or group that's made any kind of impact.
I guess that's fair.
They all got something that's happened or some choice they've had. People make mistakes.
Well,
Especially in the heat of moment where you don't have time to think a lot.
Well, if anything, it might just be them getting thrown under the bus if something happens, as them going rogue. But when we were talking to that force projection guy, I don't remember. I don't think I got his name. Actually, do I have his name?
You gave. You don't know how accurate it is.
Yeah. I'll just give him whatever the name that we got was.
I think it's Connorsism or something like that. Something similar like that, but I know what you're talking about. I have it.
Kanarzun? I have that one listed somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, Connorsism.
That's the name he gave us, but while we were trying to have a talk, this was listed as an official raid here. You know, we were sent out on official business, and I was following protocol, and they were the ones to give me the orders to incite violence first, without any evidence against them.
Just sorry to interrupt you quick.
mhm.
But the only names I have 3 names, and it's Aegis, Solari, and Adol.
Adol was from the Jedi. He did give one during the
Okay.
bit. It might have just been one we didn't get written down.
Making sure.
Well, they gave me the orders to shoot first, violently, without hesitation, a couple times there.
Well, how many times did we tell you to shoot without knowledge you had, Billy? Did you think they might know a bit more about the situation this time?
I don't know, but this was meant to be a standard peaceful raid from what we knew of simply take care of the problem by the books.
I understand the confusion, but you gotta ask sometimes of what you missing. Because in any given situation, I think everybody's probably missing at least something. I'm not saying what they did was right, I'm not saying what they did was wrong. But maybe try to figure out why they did what they did or what happened before making the choice on that one.
And I'll tell you this about myself, because if I hit this point of freedom, I don't know what's going to happen, but well, I had a bit of an out-of-body experience for a while, where I have a different, I guess you could call it a core now. It's a little beetle-like thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was putting that for a while, and the urge of violence I have for dealing with criminals and such that I'm supposed to dispose of seemed very much amplified.
It might have been, might be out of whack, might be trying to settle, or might be what it's trying to push you towards.
Well, once I
You're
got back
pushing
in my
into
body,
pretty unknown territory, Billy.
well, once I got back into, and he'll just ding his own chest, you know, my full frame here, I felt a lot better, but
I mean,
I
they got
wasn't
a
in-
thing for organics called body dysmorphia. Might have been wrecking hell on you.
I say when I wasn't in this, I didn't feel like me.
Might just be that's what you built your identity on.
I don't
A
know.
piece of it was missing. Hard to say.
Robots are weird.
You
Yep.
guys are a lot smarter at this kind of stuff than me, and this is pretty unfounded territory.
Grip it tight. Find a path you think is right and ride it through. I'm not one to talk about violence. You've seen my method of justice. Oftentimes I'll find the problem, put a bullet in its head, but still try to find the right person to put the bullet in before I do it.
We don't know what the problem is here. There might be
Figure
a
out
lot
what
of
you can
problems.
and figure out what you can, make the decisions you can as well as you can. I'm never gonna have all the problem, Billy. It's an odd thing that we've worked on since then. Faith. Understood the word before, but actually having it now it's a difference.
The entire time
I don't
Billy's
mean no. I don't know. Yeah, what?
Go ahead.
I don't mean no religion mumbo jumbo or any of that. I'm not much one of them, but faith that in your choices and morals, or maybe some other people around you.
Yeah. The entire time Billy's been looking down at his at the little scrambler he was given.
I'm not gonna tell you Baker's wrong. I'm just gonna tell you, remember, he's a mean, manipulative son of a bitch when he wants to be. And of course, watch out for Baker, because that's gonna. I mean, Kelly's not wrong, but watch out for Baker. That's gonna hurt like a motherfucker if you get in that.
Yep, I know. It's what I don't know that's more concerning.
Welcome to thinking, Billy.
I don't know what the prices of the freedom they're offering is.
Take a look at Baker. He was free before, is he now?
I don't know. All I know is we've got this one thing to go off of.
I don't think he is anymore, if that's what they're making him do. It takes some mighty convincing to get him to fire that rifle again. You might
Well,
not have
we're
known,
still-
but he was going to make a break for it soon.
Well, we're still droids. They could probably put something into the AI and
Oh,
rearrange
absolutely.
things anyway. So. Then again, the Force users like to mess with people's heads and change their freedoms too.
And that right there should tell you a lot about how they work and what you should think of them, in my mind, but figure it out for yourself.
I'll try.
I think we've been gone a good little bit now. We should probably mosey on back.
And I'll tuck the jammer back away.
And, you'll get up. Maybe gonna go on maybe an hour for you guys. Hour and 20. Billy and Holiday, come on back in.
Question for you, Holiday.
Shoot, get me right through the door.
Well, I've been waiting.
Is everyone in costume in there?
No.
Sorsha's probably forcing X many of us to be in costume, yes.
Sorcia's trying to finish. It takes more than an hour.
It takes a bit.
That's fair.
This is the most of the night project for her.
But this may sound like a stupid question, but do you want the Sentinels to know about you?
Preferably not. I'm not exactly in good standings with the Sentinels anymore.
I give a look at Nima.
My resignation was unpleasant, to say the least.
Or was it? Wait. Fuck. Thaddeus, what's your character's name?
Nima.
You got it right.
Okay, got it.
With that wording, it sounds like there's a story behind it.
You'll find there's a story behind a lot of decisions.
Yeah.
Just gotta look for it.
The story doesn't bother me. People are who they're going to be. If you don't want somebody to know about you, you have the right to not have them worry about it.
The why
Not
matters.
have to worry about it. The why matters, sure, but not to me.
Okay. Noted.
None of my business.
What's the question?
That.
Just why? Or just, no, I don't really want to know about me. I just meant I thought you had something extra added on there.
Nope. Just want to make sure I understand not to talk about you when we did here. Because being vague, it gives a glance at Chani. It's one of our specialties, it would seem.
Is that supposed to be an insult or a compliment?
Both.
Aren't more of your missions blacklisted than you've done actual things?
I came in as a mercenary that had a job go wrong. Not even a mercenary, a bounty hunter. If they've blacklisted any of my things, that's on them.
And I am not part of the Sentinels, if you don't remember.
In fairness, though, even though there is blacklist, none of it has been, like, bad policing.
In all honesty, and this is of no offense to you, Billy, or you, Nima, I don't personally like the Sentinels too much. They're a good military force, but they're outmatched and outgunned in this regard.
Like or not, there's something weird going on. That's what I brought up earlier.
Yeah.
If she's right on that, it might not be that they're outmatched or outgunned. It's that they're outplayed here because somebody got up too high.
Or it's
Well, that
purposeful.
to put it in a way, to put it in the words of a very wise woman I spoke to recently. The Sith died, for the most part, because the Sentinels were a highly militarized force that were ready, able, and willing to hunt them down across the galaxy, kill them, and deal with them. Right or wrong, kill them and deal with them. That was the goal. That's why the Sentinels were made, was to do
They
that.
didn't kill every Sith user, every dark sider, every Force user. They were trying to enforce an order, yes, and a good few died in the process, and I can't say all of them were right. But they were doing largely right by what they saw, and I actually tend to agree on this one.
Well, that stands to reason. If you shoot fish in a barrel, you're going to get the right fish every once in a while. But
I don't think that's the expression.
It's not.
well, I'm not near you people enough, so it's fine. But what I'm hinting at here is the organization the Sentinels are currently up against is the same thing. It is an organization built from the ground up, it seems, to combat exactly what the Sentinels are. And the Sentinels aren't prepared for it. They never will be. Because as much as
surprised if they get a breaker at time. How long have you been watching the Sentinels, kid?
Not as long as you, obviously, but I've been dealing with these Darksiders that have been attacking and doing the shit that they've been doing to the Sentinels pretty much all my life. In some way, shape, or form.
And why?
Because they killed people I cared about. So I decided to kill them first. Before they had a chance to again.
See, that's the difference, though, I think, here on how you're looking and how the Sentinels are looking at it. They're not looking to kill them. They don't want to kill them. Most of them don't want to kill anybody anymore. But they can't sit and let them go through. So they tried to find a happy medium. I understand you're from Dathomir and they have a lot harsher sense of law. I'm partial to it sometimes myself.
Depending on
remember,
the
not
crime, you
everybody's like
normally
that.
Die. Yes, so I'm coming to
And
realize.
most places don't like death. Most places don't like killing folks.
And to a degree, I can understand that, but if the things you're fighting against are out to kill you, and as we've seen, that is the case, would it not stand to reason that you get them first in some way, shape, or form? Whether that's killing them, or trapping them, or tranking them, or whatever the hell you want.
Depends on why they're trying to kill you.
Depends on why they try. Depends on their method. Depends on depends
so
on the
what
group
I'm-
in charge.
What I'm understanding then, Chani, is we have a long conversation with Aegis. Ahead
No,
of us.
he's talked. Okay, he talks a lot, but he's talked too much to have a open, honest conversation with him about that kind of stuff.
He's a liar.
That's the entire point of getting this person. If we can understand what the hell they're actually trying to do, maybe we can get in front of it and stop some of the chaos, some of the people from getting hurt. But as it stands, this particular group, they don't seem to care about, well, how many people get hurt along the way. So if stopping them means stopping other people from dying without reason, or people being enslaved by these space wizard types, I'll do what I can.
I'm all with you there. That's why I'm still here. I don't want these Darksiders to continue the way they're going either. I want it to end, and I want it to end now. I want my home to go back to what it used to be. As fucked up as it was, I want it to go back to what it is. What it should be.
Given the likely infiltration of the proper government by them, we're not going to have a simple solution. It's not just going to be killing people.
For T-Lock, wouldn't he have been, with this being his whole life, he wouldn't even know what it was before, aside from stories, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Always keep in mind, kid, there's always going to be something you're missing before you make that judgment call. Not saying don't make a judgment call, but always consider you're probably missing the angle or some extra bits.
In that moment, and it is just a moment, in that moment, if they are trying to kill me or people I care about,
Kill them.
dead. Exactly.
And I'm not
But
telling
if
you
they-
not to. I'm just
if
telling
they
you with
want
how
to
you're looking
talk.
at the Sentinels. Be careful.
I'm here to get their help, so I'm trying to be open-minded about it. But there's something deep-rooted and inset about the Sentinels that something in me does not like. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. But there's something there that just, it irks me the wrong way. Something about how they're just working in general just doesn't seem right.
The founding
There's-
principles seem just, it's the means behind them and the actual activities going on instead of the intentions. Is that it?
Something like that. It's hard to explain. It's more of a feeling than it is something to put to words.
Well, that feeling's precisely why I didn't want to talk about it whenever you guys would bring it up at Sentinel Base. By and large, we're a bunch of rat catchers, save for Nima and Billy there. I don't think either of you two are really gonna, like... They said something bad about the organization. Time to put a stop to this. I've not really gotten that from either of you, I hope.
Single rotary gun worth.
Eyes wide.
Just fucking,
Instinctually
just
puts hand on Shoto Saber.
just fucking with you.
Instinctually going to contact packet. Okay.
Nah,
Back hit,
just fucking.
shut him down.
Just fucking with you. But
Okay.
no, from the founding principles of the matter seem fine and just. It's how they're carried out and interpreted now.
I will say this. Cecil seems to be a decent, if not good, individual.
I've not met him for long enough, but whoever's the head may not necessarily be the one pulling the strings.
Cecil is at the head of the Sentinels anyway.
I know, I just said that, but whoever's at the head may not necessarily be the one pulling the strings. The fact
Yeah,
that...
you're right. You're right, sorry.
The fact that we... This is more additional information, but whenever we went to Bespin and stopped that terrorist plot, we were heading after a holocron that they stole. Big pieces, it basically gave like forest places of power. Locations. That's what information I was able to steal back anyway. But... From
So
right
you've
now...
actually been in contact with a holocron?
Well... I didn't touch it, but they were loading it into something else, and I stole the data from that. So I didn't, like... I did have to touch a different holocron, but I think that one exploded.
Proposition, if you will.
Hmm.
The leader might not be controlling the puppet, might not be the one puppeting everybody. But it's almost always going to be somebody he listens to.
And T-Lock, maybe you're feeling there. Maybe that's the Force telling you something and you just can't understand it yet.
The
Maybe
Force
you'll have,
doesn't
like,
really
the-
talk to me as much as it would that one, and he gives a head nod towards Sorsha.
But you see through the
Well,
Force.
Well, maybe she'll have a
I
dream
know,
or
right?
something.
Saoirse very
Well, maybe she'll have-
confused.
Maybe she'll have a dream or something like she's talked about. And that'll help out.
To put it
Don't say that.
Here come the
to
nightmares.
put it plainly,
Triggered.
I haven't had Force vision since I was a very young child. If that helps you, Johnny.
Did they just, like, stop? Or did you try to meditate to make them stop? Did someone touch you in the forehead with a no-go stamp?
What it
No,
was
that's
for the
what
most
you-
part,
what it does.
what it was for the most part, from what I understand from my matriarch telling me, is that I focused my time, attention, energy, and life force into combating this threat.
A specific threat?
The Darksiders, this Aegis and his friends.
Well, define Darksiders. Do you just mean that individuals that don't happen to fall on one side of the spectrum or the other, or ones that are purposefully doing things for malicious intent?
Ones who are trying to hurt people for no given reason. Besides, they want something you have.
That's more fair, I guess.
Because if you go by the Jedi, the specifically Jedi classification, I am a Darksider.
They're very black and white.
I am a Sith in their classification. Luckily, the Sentinels don't think the same way, though they are still jaded to a certain degree. As we've asked for help many times, and we're still in that long process.
Manpower.
Bureaucracy.
Oh, fuck, bureaucracy.
Maybe if there is an inside person, maybe they're sitting there and holding them back from helping your people too.
Oh, if they are, when I find them. Oh, when I find them.
Because if you look at it, if you ally with Dathomir, and you have all the space wizards there, you got a powerful ally.
Yeah, that's the point.
So
that's why I'm here. The second reason, well, the first reason I'm here. The second reason is because of Chani and Sorcha, something they did on some ice planet.
Survived.
Saoirse's just gonna stare off into the distance.
You survived, but you blew a hole in the Force.
Was this like 3 or 4 months ago? Was this like 3 or 4 months ago?
I find Sorsha's spot in the distance and stare at it.
Was the timeline about 3 or 4 months ago?
I think it's actually no. Sorry, this was about a month ago, month and a half ago. I think that's when it was.
It wasn't that long
I feel like
ago.
we've had more space
Yeah.
travel to make it longer than that.
Yeah, that's what I said. About a month and a half is what I'm thinking. About a month and a half back.
Yeah, actually.
That asshole cost me 3 of my fingers.
What?
Gave my matriarch a migraine for three days.
I was trying to work on a piece of on an engine, and that happened. Jerked me. I stumbled, and it just sheared through my fucking fingers.
All
'cause I
right,
stumbled.
reactionary. I was hoping that like the wave didn't come across you and then they just exploded.
No. I didn't just explode. Just caught me way the fuck off.
I don't know how space magic works.
Well, I mean,
That's-
I don't
it
know
was
how
powerful.
it's guided, little lady.
it was powerful enough that it probably could have killed someone if they were trying to read it at that time when it blew up.
Maybe that was a really important holocron he had.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I don't know. Maybe you should have tried to give Count a hug instead of dropping a mountain on him.
He would have cut me in half.
Hey,
Don't know
hey,
that.
hey!
Triggered. Source
I
is
am
triggered.
not giving a hug to anybody.
Source is
No.
triggered. That was her buddy. That was her food buddy.
He didn't say that in character.
I know.
Max is triggered.
That's fair.
Point
Guys look like
stands.
you got plenty to think on. Huh?
Point stands. I want the Sentinels to help my people. Whether or not I trust them is irregardless. If my matriarch says, go do that, then within reason, I go do that. Now, if I don't do it to her specifications and I come back and I didn't do it to her specifications, I'll probably get my ass chewed out, but that's normal.
That's business.
That's her basically being my mother. She is the one who raised me. I was not born there. I grew up there.
Hey Bailey,
Yeah.
we have a moment, or several moments. You mentioned that you might
Yeah.
be being tracked.
Ow.
Yeah, by the Sentinels.
Might I examine, and do you want that active?
Can't you just go through packet for that?
Well, yeah, but
Actually, did you ever deactivate that from packet?
I didn't see a reason to.
No.
If anything, it's just helping. Have you not spoken with it?
Yeah, I just kind of, unless I need something, I haven't really talked to Packet much, or unless Packet asks me something.
Fair.
Packet's busy with a lot of other things. Mostly, I try not to bother him.
Well, you have your own little thingy to your... Just try. I want to see what happens.
Attempt contact Packet.
It no longer works. You go to find Packet, and Packet is not there.
Yeah, I think something might have been fried in one of those explosions.
Okay, so I guess I really do need to take a look at something.
There was a pretty big EMP blast there, Billy.
It was a pretty big EMP blast. And an actual train that I got blown up off and thrown off of.
Sounds like
Fell through.
fun.
Fell off a few
Yep.
floors of Coruscant.
Let me assess to see if anything's wrong.
Are you wanting to
Hang
check
on.
his coding?
Well, especially if he's got no response from Packet.
Oh,
How
hang
long
on,
ago did the... Sorry, go ahead.
Let me just go through my functions and, initiate a safe shutdown before you start messing around with stuff.
Okay.
How long ago did the Jedi lady, whose name I've forgotten, don't have my sheet up at the moment, say
Risha?
that the... Yeah, how long ago did she say that the Sentinels have been made?
About 92 years years ago, I want to say.
Do
Yeah,
I know
92
that-
years.
Do I know that Billy and his squad were around the time of them starting? Because I don't remember
Yeah.
that either. Okay.
I mean, he just mentioned that. I mean, to be fair, Holiday just mentioned about 80 years ago that is when they finished serving.
And Billy's brought it up before that he was active over 80 years ago.
I didn't remember. I got it. Thank you.
So yeah, they've mentioned it to you that they'd be active during the opening years.
Holiday.
Hold on,
You-
Eric's scary to go through some shit with this.
Well, that might take a minute.
Okay, we're just gonna have to wrap up soon. That's why I'm.
I
trying to
know.
get through stuff.
Just quick conversation. then we can
James'
do that.
question, and then we're gonna call it.
Okay.
What were the Sentinels like back in your first serving?
Now, keep in mind, this is the first time an organization like this has been put together in the known history of how this works.
I can
And-
understand.
Beginning stages of it, rough spots.
That's fine.
But they were a lot more militaristic than now. Now they're focused towards integration and peacekeeping. Back then, they were a strike force, for lack of a better term.
They were
the hammer of justice, is how it was described at one point, to be brought down on the galaxy.
They were the military. Now they're the police. I understand.
That's pretty much what we got sent to do. Go kill Sith.
If you found we found ones that were willing to work with them, or didn't really commit anything wrong, it was just how they worked. They got brought in, folded in, either into the military, or taught how to keep it down or keep control so they could join normal society.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere near as extensive as it is now, but that was.
If
what
there
they
was a
did.
light bulb over fucking T-Lock's head, it would be shining bright right now.
And T-Lock, something to bring up. A lot of the Sith were actually kind of similar to you, where they were taken from, they were either deposited or taken or whatever the situation was as a child, and raised to be that way by people
I know.
of much worse standing.
I know. Most of the Sith I had no problem with. It was only the ones who tried to hurt me and my people.
Well, you shouldn't have really been dealing with Sith. You should have been Darksiders, since most of the Sith were eliminated.
Sith's a title that's hard to earn.
Listen, I've read the stories. My people keep a very good record. Very good.
Yes, and there's a difference between people that are the actual Sith and people just call themselves that, or just the standard Darksiders.
Yes, because I know the
But-
Jedi classification.
Semantics.
And I'm not talking
At this
about the
point-
Jedi classification, I'm talking about the classification from the Sith standing.
I don't know.
That's about how they were, though, at the time.
Hammer of Justice.
It was a term passed around designed to collectively unite a number of people, and it does. It carries a weight to it. How true it was leads to be questionable.
And how many times was that Hammer of Justice used to hurt the innocent?
As few times as I could manage it, and many others could. Wasn't perfect, but a lot of them were doing right by what they could.
Well, that gives me a little bit better hope. Like I
You
said,
can't
see,
bat 100 for 100 in all of this, but they tried.
no, believe me, I know. I grew up on Dathomir. Trust me, I know. If one of the Night Brother clans come bothering my matriarch too long, as I grew up with the Night Sisters, if you understand what that is. If the Night Brother clans come bothering her, she has the Rancor eat them.
A lot of faith on this Rancor.
Well, when you don't really have the means because you're fighting with a bunch of clubs to fight a Rancor.
But it's the only thing you bring up or use as threat. I have to mention it.
What's he gonna do? Take his shirt off and scare them?
It's
I-
pretty
They're
fucking
probably
big.
they're probably shirtless too.
They don't wear much clothes save loincloths, actually.
Ew.
Well, they're absolutely bug-eyed crazy, so it stands to reason that they're not going to wear much clothes. most of the Night Brother clans are completely nuts. But anyway, that's semantics at this point. As I stated, Cecil seemed okay. Whether or not he's the puppet master or not is yet to be seen. Marav is a stalwart. He is the living embodiment of Hammer of Justice, as you call it, from what I can see. But when people... I guess that's what bothers me the most. When people are too hard set on one specific way of living, they tend to ignore all others, if that makes sense.
Wait, aren't you kind of like that?
No, actually.
Didn't you say you dedicated your life to one thing specifically, pretty much?
I dedicated most of my life to combating a threat that needed to be combated. But I still kept up with my studies on the ancient histories of Dathomir and whatnot. I still kept up with my Jedi training. Brain, come on now. My Force training and everything else like that. It's just when I started the combat rituals, I left behind the Force vision.
Heel turn. He's been a Jedi infiltrator his entire time.
What you just said is pretty similar to a lot of the other things we discussed.
You'd have to go to my home to see and understand what I mean.
That is fair. I do not understand your culture.
Many people.
It's
many different ways of life, and we are all accepting of all those ways of life, so long as you don't hurt other people.
alright. It's getting late. This is gonna get a lot deeper. You guys need to get some rest and start thinking on the problem at hand. This is good to think about, but sounds like some time to think about. I'm gonna leave you with this question, T-Log. You're trying to talk about them setting a way of life. How much do you know about them?
That's why I'm trying to learn as much as I can before I make my judgment.
Do so, do it right. Maybe they're a bit more compromising. Keep an eye out for the influences. I'll leave you with that, guys, for the night. I gotta get going to meet up with some of the people for your guys' info.
Thank you, Holiday.
Well, anytime.
Charlie, you want to wait till morning?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, Chani, I can run Chani's through real quick, and then we'll be...
Either that or just do stuff now. I need to figure out what happened to the thing you should have in you.
Alright. Gonna let her check?
Yeah, just pretty much just set my pack and all my weaponry and everything off. Just take the clothes off and pretty much just fold them neatly in a corner or somewhere. Just all my stuff there. And then
you just basically have to take upper half off of clothes. Don't need to take your pants or deal with that shit.
And then just get to pretty much just get on the knees for a proper height for her to be able to work with, and then just start the shutdown sequence. So let everything do it properly.
So, getting down, you get access to it, Chani. Getting through.
Wait, at this point, would it be like Billy sits down, like a hatch opens, and the beetle comes out, or something?
Basically, that'd be one easy way. There's technically, if you wanted to, that's the easiest way.
You probably have like an armor plating where the beetle is. That probably opens, and then because Chani made it, she has a way to access with her things.
Yeah, I would say, but even if you shut off, there's just a manual slide out if she needs to.
Yeah, let's have the beetle port open for Chani and just detach it for her to take the beetle.
Okay. So taking the beetle, setting it on one of the counters there, hooking up and starting to run through it. With the 23 technology you rolled, you find out what happened. So, whatever happened on this train crash, however it scrambled it, whatever was going on there, you assume that's the only distinctive event out of whack here. Or maybe it's been working since, you first put packet in. You don't know. It's hard to say. Billy is a very advanced piece of tech, especially the coding. But the packet fraction was essentially assimilated and
Yeah, I was
cannibalized.
gonna say, if anything would happen to it, it probably wouldn't be gone as much as assimilated.
Whatever's happening, you're watching. It's something you could watch real time. There's just a cascading effect of one card changes, then two because of that, and then those two change four.
Johnny will kind of
But-
activate part of her suit just so that, like,
Um,
there's a little visual interface that she can work with for a packet. And she's gonna go, "Hey, buddy, I think we did something."
Whatever it is, it's taking time because of just how many billions upon billions upon billions of lines of code there are in this. But there's an effect starting from whatever got integrated from packet.
"Hey, buddy, I think we did something."
Just get the equivalent of like that's an understatement.
Well, given you and how things are, and how you do, assuming it's a similar concept here, they mentioned sentience being a thing, and I think that that's kind of your entire point. We might have helped them along.
Just try and be like, just shrug and say, wait and see.
Okay, let's let that do its thing. I don't think that any version of you is going to be malicious. You've not been that way toward any of us thus far. Unless you're secretly a terrible evil thing. And she'll kind of give a playful squint.
Evil cactor echoes in your helmet.
Right. Let's...
Evil laughter stock track.
It's just Skeletor
Yeah,
from a YouTube
basically.
video.
Devil emoji.
Right, let's see if there's this tracky thing you mentioned, because depending on how this shakes out, we may not want them to be able to find us.
Fair, I'll go ahead and let you make one last check before we call it. Investigation check.
Investigation or splicer?
Either or.
I'll take the
Packet's
splicer.
assisting, so.
Advantage. Hooray, more dice. I like this dice. Jesus Christ.
Have you been tracked the entire time?
Maybe. I think we're about to find out, though, because after a 19 plus 13, that's 32.
You spend the next, I'm going to have to say this, 2.5 hours
It's-
trawling through line and line of code just to be thorough, because this is not the time you want it to go wrong, right?
Yeah. Especially not if it's gaining sentience in front of my eyes.
It's faint. It's cleverly hidden. You almost missed the entire thing. It literally was piggybacking effectively off of what Packet's little bit was doing, and it was using that big data. Because even on a small scale with it, Packet's AI, that's a large data stream.
Does it have a
Simple,
maker's
like,
mark?
let's say there's 200 codes of Packet, one line coming through of code for this, but there's a signal.
Does it have a maker's mark of any kind? Just because things are coded weird.
I'll say it looks familiar, but there's not enough there to say who it is yet.
Alright.
You've seen this coding before. at
Well, I've
least.
hacked that too. Okay, none of that. That's... no, bad. Go away.
Deleting it. Understood. And with this realization and removal of that trace, we'll call the session for tonight.
Alrighty. Any closing statements?
What you deleted was the restraint. Missile launcher acted upon.
Nope.
Reactivation
Packet was both the
immediately.
restraint and the key to freedom.
Big question thing, not a lot of combat, but I feel like that might be coming.
What do you mean the minigun's firing on its own?
Stop it, you.
Closing statements. People who are making this fucking D&D offshoot, stop changing everything every fucking week.
What they
It
changed this
makes
time?
it a little difficult.
They changed how foresight works, so the thing that I literally rely on. They changed how it works.
Is it better now?
They added no.
Oh.
They added 3 new counselor archetypes, 2 new sentinel archetypes.
Well, all that's what DM discretion's for.
Yep,
Fuck the rules.
we're working with shit, guys. It'll be good.
But hey, they added a They added a scholar archetype where you can be a witch doctor, pretty much.
But
Yeah,
do you get
I
to
saw that
actually
too.
do something without a team?
No, it's still it's still pretty bad.
Scholar is heavily dependent on, hey, I need my teammates.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, until next time.
If you're on the YouTube, no, if they're on the YouTube platform, they need to like, comment, subscribe.
Fuck you.
Until next time. Be seeing ya.